Holy shit. Alright, Hi, first of all, new layouts. These are animated layouts from Freya Amari. You should check, her stuff out. They make a bunch of stuff, a bunch of it's free. So that's the whole thing. Also, hi, I'm back. Welcome back. If you're watching this on recording, thank you for doing so. However, if you're watching this on recording, check your fucking clock. And if it's between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m., consider, instead of watching this, going the fuck to sleep. Please. Don't do what I do. Be better than me in terms of sleep safety and hygiene. Also, other important note. I'm still sick. I don't know if you can hear it. You can probably hear it. I'm willing to bet you can hear it just fucking fine. But I am hella sick, and so is my partner. We will be, by and large, coughing and sneezing, and so you may hear her in the background. And if you have a problem with that, I'm very sorry, but you're going to have to fucking deal with it. Yeah.
Any complaints? See my ass.
Indeed. It's a nice ass. Actually, no, they have to pay for that.
Okay, fair enough. Any complaints? See the gaping maw that is the field in which I plant my fucks and know that it is there.
Yes. Anywho, we're both sick, I'm sick, but I want to stream. It's December. It's the start of December. It's one of my, despite the fact that I don't give a shit about most of the holidays, one of my favorite months. And I want to talk about that. Yeah, so here's the thing. There's a lot of holidays. The end of the year is one of the, the end of the calendar year anyway, is one of the big, one of the heavy hitters for this sort of thing. And, So, let's see here. I think... Let's see here real quick. I'm just gonna check something real fucking quick. Good lord. Yeah. So this is one of the few years where Hanukkah actually shows up pretty much around the same time as Christmas. But usually it doesn't. Generally, it doesn't. I have more experience with Christmas, despite the fact that most of my family isn't actually Christian. And some of my family was actually Jewish, but that's its own thing. I don't know. December when I don't have to worry about the holidays is always very nice. It's extremely nice. December when I do have to worry about the holidays is really nice up until, the 15th. Where I realize that any plans that I have made need to be completely ironed out, and because I have ADHD, I probably haven't done that. And that doesn't mean I don't love seeing my family. I do love seeing my family. But the logistics always get me. One, I'm always broke, so, getting gifts to people is usually kind of a difficulty. But also, now that I don't live in the same state, especially with the pandemic, I haven't seen my family since 2020. I'm not going to see them this year. I'm probably not going to see them until, 2024. Which sucks. I genuinely do hate that. But at the same time, none of my family, even the family who has come up here to the Washington, greater Seattle area where I reside, none of those people have been like, hey, I'm in the area, do you want to meet up? Because, one, they're busy with their own shit. They're not coming up here for, vacation. They're coming up here to do, they're coming up here to work gigs. And, two, that's happened, twice in the last 3 years. But, I don't... I miss my family, but I don't feel bad about not going to see them, on account of the fact that, like, one, I'm sick right now, and if we're being totally honest... Oh yeah, I should talk about that. I got sick, because my spouse got sick, and we live in the same tiny space, and there's really no way to avoid that after a certain point. But also, I got a lot less sick, overall, because I have the power of hibernation, for which she still has not forgiven me, and that's fair. But my nose still stuffed to hell, as you can clearly hear in everything I'm doing right now. But the odds are good that I need to, like, keep an eye on my, like, lungs and, like, my coughing and that sort of thing, because I have lung damage, there's a good chance that I will be, you know, catching pneumonia in the next couple of weeks. There's, like, a solid chance of that happening. Just due to the nature of I got sick during the winter time, and sure enough, that'll be a thing. It won't be viral pneumonia. It'll just be the bacterial kind. But that's still gross and annoying. Assuming I don't already technically have it, which is always fun. I don't get to know for, like, another week or two. It's just that the initial slam of illness hits me for, like, a very brief period, because I just sleep most of the time off. I don't know if that, like, does other bad things to me. It probably does, but, like, being able to time travel, essentially, through your sickness is a superpower that I wish I could teach people. It's really nice to be like, man, this sure is gonna feel like shit. You know what I should do? Hit the fast forward button. Fuck. But yeah. Anyway, holidays. Here's my thing. I don't really do much. I don't really have a big thing about Christmas. I know there are a lot of people that love Christmas, and I don't begrudge you for that at all. There are some people who actively hate Christmas, and if I'm being totally honest, I don't. Any disdain I have for Christmas is purely for the bit. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's a lovely holiday. The way it is expressed most of the time by people is by, like, sharing time and sometimes sharing gifts. And I think that is just a very common and very human thing, and it's very good. Don't get it twisted, but I don't... Christmas, the holiday, as, like, an institution, is, like... It's a very Christian thing, and it's a very Christian thing that a lot of companies have invested a lot of money into making a very big deal all the time. And, as a dirty commie slut, I do have a problem with that. I shouldn't be expected to throw money into the abyss of capitalism just because, there are some lights on in the winter of a specific set of colors. I think that is fucking ridiculous. Add to the fact that, like, over the last, like, I know I've seen at least two different sets of people, like, two different groups of people, but, like, a lot of different groups of people talk about how, like, there's always, like, Christmas sales, and there's always, like, Black Friday sales, but those sales are becoming less and less sale-y. So you are, in fact, just spending the same amount of money that you would normally have to on the same shit that you don't need, or shit that you're gonna give people that they don't need. That is the other thing of, like... Like, there's this, like, eternal sense that you have to get people something, but in my experience, I don't want to buy things people aren't going to use or enjoy or appreciate. I don't want to give someone a shitty gift. And because I'm usually broke, and because I'm usually just sort of like, I don't even get to know whether or not I'm actually going to be in a holiday environment like with family until pretty much like 2 weeks before. And that's just been a thing because of like not just the pandemic, but also like work has been the major one for like work and school have been the major ones for like the last few, and by few I mean like 10 years. God. Yeah, like it's hard to be hyped for something that you don't know if you're going to even be able to like participate in. And so like the last decade of my life has been like a very touch and go, do I get to go and see family at all? And what that turns into externally is a lot of people see me just sort of like whinge about the idea of spending money, and it sounds like I don't like giving people gifts or doing nice things for people, which is wildly fucking inaccurate. I love doing nice things for people. I love giving people things that they will use or consume and enjoy. I love to cook for people. It's one of the biggest things. But like there's so many times where I don't get to do that just because of distance. And again, the logistics of everything, the logistics of life are really what fuck me time and time again in this universe. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know what y'all have for like holiday situations or like holiday business, but for me it's always been this sort of like trying to make it work and kind of feeling like I'm letting people down when I don't get to, which is way too often. Like either I don't get to see them, or I don't get to like bring them something to like enjoy, or I don't get to do part of the holiday correctly, you know? And that is, on occasion, really disheartening. But also, and this is the part where I'm kind of an awful bitch, but also, it's super weird to go to a holiday environment where people are, and consistently I go to places where people are super religious, and I am not. Several of the Christmases that I have gone to have been from very Christian families, and they try to play it off like, oh yeah, no, we're those cool Christians who aren't gonna get weird about the fact that you don't know what's going, like you don't know what the fucking deal is here, because like I know what most Americans do, which is that Christmas is a time of like sharing gifts and getting together, and that's it. But I also, having done enough of this, like it is like it's in the name, it is Christ's Mass. It is like you celebrate the birth of your like Messiah. As an individual, if you're a Christian, that's a thing that you definitely believe, and it's a thing that you definitely like follow through on. And I don't necessarily believe that that's the case. Like, I don't doubt that Jesus existed. That's not a question. Like, that's not a question I have. Like, I don't doubt that this person existed who stirred up some shit. And I'm very here for that as like a figure of history. Like that's fantastic. But like, I don't know. Christmas is kind of like the thing that has taken over December. And I love December. I love December. I know many people hate it. It is the darkest month of the year for the Northern Hemisphere. Most people hate snow and ice. Excuse me, I have to cough real quick. Well, like most people hate ice and snow. Even if they like looking at it, they hate it. I don't mind it either way. I've never been trapped in it in a lethal environment, so that's a thing. But and maybe that's part of what colors my opinion of it. But But one thing that is kind of nice is just, for me, I am a nocturnal person. If you want to think of me like a vampire, go for it. For me, I know I don't get enough vitamin D this month, or next month, or the month after. But what I do get is a longer period of time where it's dark outside, and therefore my brain says, hey, it's time to do stuff. Which is really fucking helpful. The fact that my brain is wired like that, which I will say, wired a little bit wrong for our current society. I'm gonna put that card down. I acknowledge that, but like it is very nice to have that sort of thing going on. Oh man. Okay, you know, here's something. I'm not fully out of breath. Part of my doing this stream today is that I want to see how well I can talk right now, and how much it stresses my body. So I'm literally doing this for science to see how sick I actually am. And if you're watching this, thank you for doing so, and I hope that you enjoy the science experiment. I'll do my best to keep my coughing out from like the direct zone of the microphone, just because that sounds like the worst fucking thing I can do to you. The coughing that is further in the distance is probably not gonna, like, spike this fucking microphone, but mine definitely will. But yeah. And then I'll be able to come back to this, and then I'll listen to how far my voice gets strained over time. And it'll be fine, it'll be great, it'll be good science. Also, if you're watching this on recording, I'm probably streaming, on Friday. But there's a very good chance that I'm not streaming at all on Friday. Because I'm sick, and if this takes up too much energy and I'm fucked up tomorrow, then I'm not going to do it. And I'll see you next week when I'm more fully recovered. Anyway, one thing, and I do think it's very common, is that a lot of people get into this, like, there are a lot of people who love the holidays, who love Christmas, and my main thing is, the majority of people I know who love Christmas are people who have never had to be worried about the money aspect, where, like, oh, it's not about the money, it's about the giving of things, but, like, things cost money. Like, even if you're making gifts, like, that costs materials, which cost money. And if you don't have any money, then you don't have any way to make a gift happen. Which sucks. And as someone who has had absolutely no money, who has had the no money for many years, even before the last decade where I didn't even get to, like, make the choice because I was either working or in school and doing other stuff and had to be, like, actively responsible and prepared to do other things between, like, seasons for school. Like, it was a fucking nightmare. It's always been a fucking nightmare to, like, figure out, what am I getting every single person? Who can I get gifts for? Who can I afford to get gifts for? I obviously cannot get gifts for every single person I want to get gifts for. I have many friends and I love them dearly, and I love them like family because my blood family is kind of fucking terrible. I don't know about you, but my family, kind of garbo. Like, a lot of my family is just kind of not great people, and I don't want to be near them. Like, even if I were to give them gifts, I wouldn't want to, like, be there and give them gift and then hang out or spend time with them because they are not going to treat me like a human being, you know? And I feel like that's a requirement for family. So the family that I do have that does treat me like a human being, and the people that I love who are my friends who do treat me like a human being, those people I want to get gifts for. And there's a lot of y'all. There's so many of you all. And I'm very blessed for that. But on the holiday that requires the spending of money to get things for people, it's very troubling from just a math standpoint. Because, like, how the fuck do I make that work? Because, like, obviously budgeting it evenly is not really useful. Because, like, there are tons of times where, like, I know you've run into this as a person where you're like, oh man, that's a really nice gift, it would be perfect for that person, but it's way more expensive than I am able to, like, afford to give to another person. Like, I cannot justify spending that much money on one of these people when there's, like, a dozen of them to, like, get things for. And so I've really cut it down to, like, direct family members of, like, my closest, like, chosen family. And for me, that sucks because it's like, these people are great, but I barely get to see them. I didn't get to see my family nearly enough when I lived in the area where my family primarily resides. And now that I'm gone from there, it feels like nothing has changed. Which doesn't tell me that I'm fucking up now, but it does tell me that I was kind of fucking up then. And I know there's like, you know, life happens, and just because I had a moment, like a free 30 minutes of time, doesn't mean that I'd be able to go and see people for a meaningful interaction or like any sort of sense of closeness. And that's one of the biggest killers is like, I know I fucked up, but like, I fucked up only in terms of like not gauging how much time I actually had available to do stuff and how much energy I actually had available to meet with people. It wasn't a matter of I'm choosing friends over like family. It's a matter of like I'm choosing family over other family. And that's not really the same thing. But even then, like saying choosing over is kind of a misnomer. 'Cause like, it's not that like, oh, I like these people better. It's that reasonably I can meet with these people within this small amount of time that I actually have free. These hours that I have set aside for like the traditional rituals of getting together and meeting with people are one thing. But like outside of that, how much time do you have? And maybe that is a sign that you should make those rituals with those other people, but also, in this world, you cannot actually do that. There are only so many hours in a day. Like, I remember there was a very brief period where I tried to make that work, and I was essentially driving every day, every week, for many hours. Just to go from place to place to see all the people and check in with them and say hi to them and do stuff. And it was like a solid, like, 2 months where I was basically on permanent rotation to see everyone I cared about and interact with everyone I cared about. And I was absolutely fucking miserable because I didn't get any time to myself to recharge. I lasted 2 whole months as a person who hates interacting with people. It was a whole thing. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, okay, well. Hang on. Got an obvious bot message. Huh, alright, whatever. I'll just block and ban him here. Interesting. Wow, neat. A bot account that lasted for 5 seconds. Anyway, so like, the time that I spent doing that was very unpleasant, and I would ask that anyone who does that, if you are not just like destroying your body and your schedule just to like have like these like things, like having coffee with one person every week, totally reasonable. Having like 4 days of social events stacked in between like work and like taking care of your home and like making sure you have laundry and food to eat and making sure that your animals and plants don't die and showering and sleeping and making sure that you don't get super behind on work that you have to do, like all that, like I cannot fathom it. If you can, please tell me how. Because holy fuck. Anyway, oh, that's a thing. So, as I mentioned earlier, I am sick. My spouse got sick while at work and then brought it here, and bingo bongo, this is how it goes sometimes. The good news is it's not COVID, which means I am now pretty sure I'm like 3 years in and haven't caught that yet. Mostly by just being my usual hermit self. That's the other thing. I found out that most of the people I know, and most of my family members have caught COVID at some point. Most of them have. And, I'm hoping most of them don't get... I'm hoping none of them get, long-term symptoms. That'd be cool. I'd like if they didn't die from, like, really preventable, like, long-term symptoms. Not that they're super preventable now, because all safety precautions are gone, and, we're not doing the basic biohazard protocol, but, you know, whatevs. America just doesn't like the idea of putting masks on. Is what it is. Anyway. I don't have the COVID. If I had to guess, this is probably RSV, which is why I'm assuming that in the next couple of weeks I'm going to get, like, pneumonia, which also means that even if I was otherwise going to be okay, I cannot make plans to go and see people for the holidays, because I have to account for the probable time of, like, 10 to 14 days where I am sick with and or recovering from pneumonia, in addition to going and interacting with people who are undoubtedly getting exposed to COVID, and therefore could be an exposure risk to me or my spouse also having to work among human beings who are, like, either unable to or unwilling to mask up, because that's just how it goes, you know, is also a potential vector. And considering how many humans she interacts with on the daily, like, it is like it's just a thing I have to be aware of, like, hey, we could go to a Christmas time thing, and then we could come back here to our home, and then the next morning she could be like, oh man, I've got a weird cough, and then take the test and be like, oh shit, I have the COVID, we have to warn everybody. And that would be like an awful fucking scenario. And I don't like that risk. I don't think she likes that risk. But like, nah. If other people are willing to take that risk in order to see me, and if I'm feeling up to it, then maybe, sure, I'll go and do something for the holidays. But, like, I don't want to make the plan, and I don't want to, like, promise someone that I'm going to be somewhere or do something when, like, there's a lot up in the air. And, like, it was already, like, a little bit complicated logistically to go and see people. 2019 was lovely because we got a hotel in the area, and so we could just, like, basically camp out and then return. Which was really nice, but also at that point we had someone who could watch over Harley, who is currently sleeping on the chair next to me. But yeah, and so, like, there's that whole sort of thing. But in spite of all that, that is all the, like, family and holiday complication bullshit, and everyone deals with that. I know everyone deals with that. They deal with some flavor of it one way or the other. But, like, for me, I love December. Reason one, and this is kind of fucked up, but, like, most people who have died in my life die in, like October, November. There's, like, 1 or 2 deaths in December, but, like, it is the trail-off point, so it's like, okay, we're getting away from the statistical zone where a bunch of my family die. We're getting away from that. We are moving past that. That's thing one. Thing two, my birthday's in January. And so I get to remark on the fact that, like, I've survived the entirety of this calendar year. Somehow, yet again, the world has failed to kill me. It might kill me. Listen, you might not see me tomorrow or Tuesday or Thursday. Like, you might not. Because I might... Shit happens. Like, you know, nothing is certain, except that death comes for us all. But outside of that, I will note, like, I've made it pretty much to the finish line of this year and haven't been murdered and haven't died from some weird fucking freak accident. Which, you know, I feel pretty good about that. I've made it this far through the year, and, like, barring any weird shit, barring any sort of, like, catastrophic failure on like some sort of, like, cosmic probability thing, like, I'm probably gonna make it to New Year's. There's also, like, outside of, like, the commonly observed holidays, there's a lot of, like, solstice stuff, and there's a lot of, like, seasonal change stuff that you can watch. Again, as I said before, I don't mind snow. I actually like it. It is a reminder that, you know, we are at the capping point of winter. After December, in the Northern Hemisphere, by and large, it starts getting warmer after December. Just how it do. The days get longer after the fucking equinox and the solstice. I'm fucking on my words. But you know what I mean. I made it like 42 minutes. I've made it 42 minutes without being like completely winded or completely out of breath. I'm actually feeling pretty okay, which isn't entirely fair, but you know, anyway. It's nice. It's nice. Also, can we just take a moment and look at this? So, this is the overlay from Freya Amari. I'm gonna just make myself invisible real quick. Just take a look at this shit. Just fucking look at this. Look at this. Hey, Jay Killa, how are ya? I'm doing all right. I'm still sick. So is my partner. You'll hear coughing and sneezing, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. But yeah, I'm doing all right. How are you? One item of note. Look at this. Look at this new overlay. I got new overlays. I love them. They're very wintry, and they're very nighttimey, and they're very like, you know. Listen, I'm a hobgoblin. I'm basically like a fey creature. Like, this is my jam. But like the patterning on this is fucking amazing. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Now, I've been talking about winter stuff, been talking about holiday stuff. I'm gonna pop over here to the welcome page though. You should check out this. Check out this. It looks like a snowed glass, and you can see little flakes moving through in the background. It's so good. It's very good. I really like it. These are by Freya Amari. This whole set, like these overlays, are like $5. If I remember correctly, let me check real quick. Let me just check this real quick. Go back to the shop. Yeah, like so the intro piece was free. And then like the actual like animated overlay pack that has this one in it was like $5. Yeah, that's $5. It's extremely fucking good. You should go and check her out. There, I'm gonna put that link in. You should go there. Go there at your earliest convenience and enjoy that, because it's very good. It's just a bunch of like really, really nice chill shit. And like from a technical aspect, they are just very simple to like plug in. They're very approachable. They're very nice. And you get the source files, so you don't need to run everything like through a browser link, which means that there's like very little chance for this to lag out unless my computer, it's like my machine itself fucks up. There's a bunch of different styles. There's some goofy shit in there, but like all of her art and design structure is just like mwah, on point, and you should check it out. And give her some goddamn money. Like, a ton of her assets are free, by the way. Like, so many of them are free. Like, this one cost money, the other one did not. My background base image, if it's still available, let me just, yeah, this one, which I have in the background right now, I have a little bit of color correction on it, just so the purple shines out a little bit more, but, like, it didn't take much. And also, was really good on its own. I'm just, you know, I don't know if you noticed, I'm a fan of purple. But, like, all of that stuff, all of my base background stuff right now is pretty much just Freya's work, and it's fantastic. So yeah, so Jkella, if you want cool free assets that you can change up in your streams on the fly, like it's a fantastic library of like mostly free and very affordable assets. Absolutely do it. But yeah, it's winter time, and I wanted a more wintry themed situation over here, so that's what I'm doing right now. I might change the color scheme of like this whole business that I'm wearing right now. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. If I find something that I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta do that, then I'll absolutely do that. But yeah. No, but I just gotta be clear. Yeah, it's like so much of the stuff that she makes, she's just like, yeah, I know how much it sucks to like want really cool looking shit, but also being broke as fuck. So I'm gonna make a bunch of my shit free, and also, anytime people pay me money, I'm gonna make more stuff for free for people to use, which is like she's one of the greatest like gifts in this community. Like I talk about, like, I wouldn't have this 3D model were it not for like Suvidriel and Fofamit and Argama Witch. Argama Witch, who fucking raided me! Also, what the fuck? But like, amazing artists and members of this community, and designers and members of this community. Like, they're lovely people, they're fantastic people, and they make incredible things, and they provide them so that you can also participate in this community in a way that doesn't look like I know that like when I was first starting to do this shit, everything I had was just like okay free assets or stock assets, and like it was fine, but like all of my backgrounds kind of like they look like shit. I'm not gonna pretend they didn't, all right? You don't have to pretend they didn't. And like to have something that looks like, you know, nice, that's actually like pretty or just like interesting is really good. Being able to like set up a model that doesn't require like this model that I'm running is a Vroid base with like the added blend shape system from HanaTool, which again, amazing stuff. Yeah, like there's tons of good especially on like Stream Elements, there's a ton of good like element, like browser element stuff and other overlay stuff. But a lot of it does run off of browser. And so like your internet connection kind of determines how well it runs. And when you're already using your internet for upload download speed for like your stream, it can it doesn't fuck you over, but it does sort of like limit how much stuff you can plug in. And so being able to like offload some of that onto your machine just for direct processing is kind of nice. So that even if my connection fucks up, like this overlay is still going to run just fine. And if their servers go down and like my notifications go down, I still have my like... See, that is a wise decision, but not everyone does that, because not everyone has the machine, has like the hardware to like make it work as is, and a lot of the stuff from Streamlabs is weirdly resource intensive. And like, Not just because it's running through browser, because you're like trying to choke point through like your internet connection. And, you know, very few of us have fiber optic internet, so that's a whole thing. But like, anyway, like there's a limitation there. And if you can just like bring it direct to your machine and you have a machine that can actually like handle that, awesome. But like tons of us don't. So many of us are running off of like whatever we had for like college or whatever machines we have for work. And like having something that is simple and easy to run and doesn't like just devour your like CPU is very nice. But yeah, it's good shit. Anyway. And also, there are tons of great, like, free stream, like, Stream Elements has a ton of free stuff. It's mostly, like, a huge chunk of their library is just, like, free assets. But also, like, it's... How do I put this? A lot of Stream Elements stuff is very, like... gamer brand, and I get wanting gamer brand to be your thing, but like I don't think of myself as a major gamer, which is probably weird, but I don't. I want something that feels more like, you know, me. And like a lot of their stuff is very like it's not tooled to fit who you are as like a person or a persona. It's just like they're quality assets, they're well made, they're well designed, they're well structured. But like thematically they are just sort of like they're Stream Elements brand. Yeah, and like a ton of their like listen, I use their fucking their live alerts. Like their design structure is great. But like my live alert system, let me fucking bring this up. I can actually like plug in and then just like run a fake one. Like here's the thing. Here's what I'm talking about. Like, this isn't a matter of, like, good or bad. This is a matter of, like, does it fit who you are and what you want your brand to be? You know? Like how you want to look. How you want your stuff. So, how you want your, like... How you want your stream to be experienced. I hate using that pretentious, like, phrasing, but you fucking get what I mean. Like... What you want your vibe to be is like with a lot of the Stream Elements like stuff, it's you're gonna have like a very specific like kind of brand, and it's not necessarily gonna fit how you feel as a person or how you want to like put your vibe out, and like that is a huge deal. Like let me go to like my overlays. Let me go to my live alerts. Let me check real quick. I think this is the one that I'm using right now. I think this is the one that I'm using. We will find out in a second. It's either that one or that one. Let me hit this, and let me see if it opens up correctly. Is this it? This might be it. Let's emulate a new follow. Yeah, there we go. So, that fake follow right there, that looks fine. The sound effect is fine, and I love having that. I think that is perfectly functional. I think that's great. I love having that as a functional thing. I love having that as a piece of the system here. It's very good. Like what I just clicked a button to show it off, but like just having that there and being like, hey, this is what it looks like. This is what it is. This is what it does. You have someone follow you. Congratulations. That's cool. I love that. And like so much of the stuff here is like really nice. Like, don't get me wrong, Streamlabs is great, but like it is very much its own brand, and it's very much its own like theme and vibe. It's very much like you can find a bunch of different color schemes, but they're all going to have the same sort of like the same flavor of this is a Stream Elements asset. And that's not a bad thing by any stretch of the imagination. Please don't get this twisted and me saying like, it's all generic. No, it's not generic. That's the thing. It's not generic. It's just very much you are saying like, hey, I'm using Stream Elements. Eh? Check it out. And a lot of this stuff is real good. Okay? It's very fucking good. It's very high quality. But it is like very much, it is 100% like their vibe, their brand. And the feeling I get off of it whenever I see it is like they want a live cam and they want they want like a specific zone for like, you know, they have all their like sections set up and ready to go. And like it is a template, sure. Honestly, this is also a template. I'm just adjusting a few things to fit it. You know, like that's not what I'm talking about. But what I'm talking about is like when I look at that stuff, I'm like, that's all good stuff, but it's not like, I don't know that that expresses who I am. I don't know if that gets my vibe across. I don't want to do that. When I stream, I want this to be like a space that I am making and expressing something, even if it's just my like disdain, rage, or like bitterness at like my lack of ability to perform well in a video game. Listen, I want that to be a thing, but I'd also like this color scheme to like match something that I'm going for. I also want like the temperature to follow that. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I've been running Stream Elements for like all of my alerts, and I'm going to continue to do that because they're great. Stream Elements is a great tool set, and they're a wonderful company, and I really like what they do. They haven't always been the best, but like current standing, they're really good fucking people. And like, I don't mean that they were like bad people at some point. I mean that like, you know, their tool set wasn't nearly as robust as it used to be. I don't know about their controversies, and I can't speak to that. But I know that, like, their tool set when I was, like, first looking at getting into streaming in, like, 2017? Back when I did, fucking RL Craft, with my, like, really shitty computer. With no camera, I was just doing RL Craft and, like, basically doing recordings so that we could, so that I could see that and be like, hey, if you want to see like how this works, here you go. But like, fuck, man, that was so long ago. But yeah, when I was looking at it, like Stream Elements didn't have like nearly the stuff that they have now. And a lot of their stuff was way more intensive in terms of like the connection that they required and that sort of thing. Yeah, there are like premium assets for Stream Elements that are very nice. But like I've looked, even when I look over those, like they still have that like, to me, when I see like the premium Stream Elements assets, they're still definitely Stream Elements assets, and they have a very specific vibe that they're going for. They have like specific vibes that they cater to, but none of those really felt like mine. You know, like this isn't a matter of like quality. This is a matter of like fitness. Like, not a matter of rightness, a matter of fitness. Yeah, that's what yeah. If that's useful at all. But like, all of these are modifiable. I did modify and make a number of the Stream Elements assets like fit what I needed and fit my vibe as best as I could. But like, having someone who does like a bunch of stuff with like natural landscapes and like a bunch of like art, just some really nice like specifically artistic flourish, in a way that is not as common in the Stream Elements asset library, is very much something I'm a fan of. And also, if I buy something from Freya's like art set, or if I buy something from like Argama, I know the money is going pretty much directly to them. That's the other thing. Yeah. Like their stuff is still, well, I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. A lot of the stuff I've seen there still feels like, and maybe I wasn't looking through the right spots. Like, I skimmed that library a few times, and I was like, what do I want to spend money on? What do I want to do? And, like, some of it's good. So much of it is good. But, like, it ain't my jam. But this person has a bunch of other styles. And, like, I don't know. I like my money to go back into the communities that I am a part of and that I observe. It's just a thing. And so, like, for me, like, there's the shop, and so, but like, I'm talking out of my ass at this point. My apologies, but like, if I continue to skim through the Stream Elements shit, like, it's just its own. You know, hang on. Before I do that, let me just change over. Yeah, like, let me turn this down a little real quick. I'm gonna swap out my my music real quick. There we go. Just get some game chops in the background. Like, there's a bunch of stuff that they have a bunch of tools and they have a bunch of resources and they're great. Okay, please don't take this as me like trying to like side talk on like Stream Elements. It's just a matter of like their catalog has like their free catalog has a certain vibe. Their premium catalog has like a series of vibes, but all of them are aimed at like a specific type of person or specific genre, and I don't feel like I necessarily fit well into those. And I don't want to like change my theme and my vibe to match that. I want what I get to like conform to what I want to do. I don't know if that makes any sense, but hopefully it does. Bleh. Yeah. No, but one thing. I don't know. I don't know if you have any holiday plans, Jakella. I don't know what you're like. I don't know what your situation is in terms of like family or religion or whatever. But like, if you would like to talk about that, you're welcome to do so. Personally, I don't really do Christmas very much. I'm not a strict adherent to Christmas. I have no problem with Christmas. I think it, as a holiday, it's a lovely holiday. I've already said that before. But like, it's a lovely holiday. It is its own thing. It is very much a Christian holiday. It's weird that people keep trying to like make it a non-Christian holiday, or like, no, it's just an everybody, when it's literally in the name. But like, I don't have a problem with it. I just, nice. It's a good holiday, don't get me wrong. But like, holidays are holy days. It's a thing. They are matters of religion, and I think I think it's important. Not everything should be taken lightly, and not everything should be taken seriously. And I think whether it is one's values, one's faith, one's personal priorities, like you should hold yourself to that always. I haven't seen my family for a few years. I'm probably not going to see them until well after next year. Just because COVID is a thing, and it's still a thing, and I refuse to be the reason. I refuse to even indulge in the possibility that I become the reason that someone else in my family gets sick. Because I know, but there's a difference between like the general time and like a holiday time. It's like, it's a special flavor of quality time, and it's very important to like, it's important to get that. It's important to give that. To take that time with the people you love and like, you know, be with them. Because, not to get too edgy and gothy, but like, as I said previously in this stream, the only certainty is that death eventually comes for us all. And like, it's not a matter of urgency, but like, I want to know that I've spent the right amount of time, at least a good amount of time. Not the right, that's an asinine concept. But like, I want to know that I spent a good amount of time reminding the people that I cared about them. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But yeah, like, I miss seeing my family, but it's always been kind of like a logistical clusterfuck anyway. And now that I live far away from most of them, it's like only slightly more so. Assuming we all survive to like 2024, 2025, and things actually get better by then, I'm 100% certain that I'll be seeing my family again. And I am patient. I'm willing to take a very long amount of time for things to go right in my life. And part of it is because, like, several things... Like, my life didn't start feeling good until, like, after I hit 30. But that's its own thing. Like... I'm 33 now. I'm gonna be 34 in like a month and a week, which is bizarre. I've lived this long. How the fuck have I lived this long? I've had so many near-death experiences. What the fuck? Anyway, but like, you know, there's that, but there's also like, I'm a whole ass, like, not only did I get here, but like, I've grown so much as a person, and like I look back on who I used to be and like where I thought I was going to be now, which was dead, and like, hell yeah. God, I fucking love eggnog. Weirdly enough, lactate eggnog I think is better than most store brands of eggnog, and for people who cannot have lactose, is also just very nice. But if you can have lactose, then there's the Jack Daniels eggnog, which does not have alcohol in it directly, but is just like a very nice spice blend. They know how to do their shit. Yeah. The lactate one is surprisingly good. it's like it's still like creamy. When you heat it up, it's still like, because some people enjoy hot eggnog. I occasionally enjoy hot eggnog, but usually I want to put some like, I want to put some like rum, whiskey, brandy if we've got some and I feel like a fancy bitch. You know, you put a little booze in there maybe, just to enjoy, because it mingles with the spices and it changes the flavor and it's very nice. But yeah, the Lactaid one mixes well and it tastes fine. I ended up getting some because the store where we get, you know, my grocery store, it was like completely out of like regular eggnog. And completely out of like the Jack Daniel's eggnog. But there was like Lactaid eggnog, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's see what they fucking got. And what they got is they got something kind of nice. Anyway. But yeah, I do need to blow my nose one sec. Let me mute this real quick. Ah, there we go. Perfect. But yeah, somehow, not somehow, but like, surprisingly, Lactaid eggnog is like pretty solid. Like there's always like the store brand eggnog that you can get, which is mostly like a bunch of like whipped up like egg white sugar and cream and such. Oh yeah, thank you. I will do that now. I do need to hydrate. And I also have this whole bagel over here, and I've taken like one bite of it, just because I've been rambling nonstop. Just stretch real quick. Oh, I'm still sick, so I'm not going to do exercise routines because that sounds like a fucking terrible idea. Just make sure the spine doesn't disintegrate. That's very important. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. This is one of the few years, I believe, where Hanukkah is actually at the same time of the month generally as like Christmas and Kwanzaa. So saying Happy Holidays is actually like an all-around thing for reals this month. Because if I remember correctly, Hanukkah starts on the 18th, according to the thing that I looked up earlier. Which is nice. For those of you who practice the Jewish faith, it'll be nice that, you know, at least for once, when people are saying their generic holiday greetings and well wishes, that your holiday will not have like fully passed by the time they're like, well, have a happy holidays, and you're like, I already did. But also, Hanukkah is not the same kind of holiday as y'all's holidays. Throw this away real quick. There, perfect. Which I just think is, it's convenient, but also it's usually a nice touch. I don't know. I've never really been on like. I've never been big on the holidays, but I love the month of December. As I said earlier, I'm repeating myself now, but like one of the major things is like October, November especially are like the months where most of the people in my family, you know, who were old, started dying off. So that's the thing. And so like December is where like the numbers start to peter out a little. That's dark. Not the same. Fewer people are dying in December. That's what I'm trying to say. And so like there's less like, even though it is the winter month, the guaranteed winter month for the Northern Hemisphere, December is, for me, a much more inviting month. Partly because of that, and also because, and I think this is important, like very important, I am mostly nocturnal as a person. Getting up in the mornings is not natural for me at all. Like downright borderline vampiric. I'm repeating myself all over again, but you know, having the darkness hours be longer is actually useful for me to get shit done. This is kind of how I am, and so I know I'm not getting like the sunlight nutrients that I require, but I am getting the circadian rhythm fuckery that I require, which I think is just as good. I'm gonna turn you down a tiny bit, music. Cause holy fuck, you are blasting my eardrums. Where is my volume? Oh, that's why. That would explain it. Okay. I can turn you back up a little bit. There we go. My headset is normally on like 10%, and for some reason it was at like 24. Anyway. I was like, wow, this song is a jam, but like my ears are still stuffed up, and it is not the most. Yeah, a lot of the holiday movies are very nice. I also love people having the unexpected movie lists. Some of them have the snarky ones, like there's always like people who are like, Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and sure, whatever. But you know, you want a movie that involves a very tall building and like crime and violence, and is literally a movie that is set during Christmas, and is a Christmas movie. It's Yakuza Like a Dragon, which you can find and rent all over the place.
Hey. Hogfather.
I mean, yeah, Hogfather is obviously a Christmas movie, but there's like the unconventional ones is what I'm talking about here. It's a Christmas movie. It's a Discworld Christmas movie. Hogfather is a Discworld Christmas movie.
More people would never watch it.
Yeah, that's fine, but that doesn't change the fact that, like, it's very much a Christmas movie that is set during a Christmas time and showcases the spirit of Christmas. As opposed to other movies where, like, you don't, like, you see Hogfather and you're like, oh, it's about Christmas.
I just appreciate that it also references a lot of old world storytelling regarding solstice and winter holidays as like primetime horror stories, scary tales, and also it makes a reference to the story of the little mystic girl with boys right. So there.
But that, yes, and it's delightful. But I'm talking about, like, movies that are like, we're a regular movie, and then they're like, surprise, it's Christmas time, motherfucker. That sort of thing. Like, you know, going into The Hogfather that it's about Christmas. Like, even if you've never heard of it, you see the cover, or like, you just, like, watch the first 30 seconds of it, and it's like, yeah, it's Christmas. This is a Christmas movie. It's a good Christmas movie. I also love The Hogfather. It's very good. But I'm talking about, like, movies where you're like, is it a Christmas movie? And then, like, suddenly it's like, oh yeah, no, it's set during Christmas, and it talks about, like, this cat is so adorable. I need to set up a second webcam to look at the cat tree, like, specifically to aim here. Mr. Hot and Mr. Cold? I don't remember that one.
I remember that one.
Is it? Hang on.
That sounds It's like one of the stop motion animation Rudolph movies.
Yeah, is that the one with yeah.
Heat Miser, Cold.
Yeah. That one is also quality.
Like, the
Hell yeah.
old stop motion Rudolph movies were really good.
No, they were. Absolutely, yeah.
They still are.
Yeah. Listen, claymation isn't going to go out of style anytime soon. It is its own art form. Like, it's always going to have its niche, and it's always going to be, in my opinion, it's always going to be good. God, I haven't seen that since I was a kid, though. I should watch it again sometime. You know, maybe we should bug Leechington's Discord and see if we can get like a watch party of some stuff going. I'm slowly but surely setting up Discord for myself, but I'm hesitant to run one. Just because this is gonna sound kind of shitty. Everyone has a Discord server. And when everyone has a Discord server, it is impossible to actually keep up with people. Because, like, if you allow notifications on that app and you have more than, like, 20 servers, it will go off constantly. It will be a non-stop, especially if they're, like, servers with a traffic of, like... If each server has a minimum traffic of, like, 20 people, or you have, like, an average traffic of, like, 150 people, which is very easy if you have, like... Anyone who has, like, a VTuber, like, fan community of more than, like, 1,000 people is more than likely gonna have like 30% of that be like, yeah, I'll click a button to join a Discord server. And like, even though they won't usually be like on there very much, they'll just be sort of like lurking and using it for like the notifications and whatnot when the people go on stream. Like, if you want to get into community stuff, it's pretty much, in my experience, it's like, if you want to like dig into that and like get into communities and be a part of those communities, it becomes, every time you add another Discord, that much harder. And I don't want to make a Discord that I will be spamming, hey, I'm streaming now, and then nothing else. Cause like, I don't fucking talk in Discord. I am not a social person. I don't pretend that I am particularly, like, extroverted, okay? I love talking with y'all, I love hanging out with y'all, I love putting on a little song and dance for y'all here. I love making something that you can actually, like, show up and enjoy this, and, like, you know, razz me for being bad at puzzles or whatever, like, whatever you want to do. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. How old is your little one? Have they achieved the age where it is time to grant them a sword? Or have they achieved the age where they're allowed to see some of the scarier movies? Okay, so not quite at sword, but possibly with supervision scary movies. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Nightmare Before Christmas has a few scary elements, but I wouldn't consider it a scary movie. It's hard to find a good scary Christmas movie. Like, there are plenty that exist that are fun, but that's not the same as, like, you know what I mean. Actually being, like, not just like a hokey blood and gore fest where you watch Santa commit murders. Where you're like, that's stupid and also gross, and oh shit, Santa just, like, teleported over there because he has Santa powers or something. Like, I want, like... if I'm gonna watch a horror movie at this point, I want it to unsettle me. Very few horror movies do that these days. They're just like, oh man, that's gross, and oh man, there's like bad things happen, but like, I want a horror movie where I look at my life and I look at myself in a slightly different way. And I would like it to have some Jingle Bells in it. You know? I want a film that makes me see, like, not the darkness in humanity, I've seen plenty of that, but like, some element of humanity that is troubling to like wrap my mind around. Yeah. And like, again, there's nothing wrong with that. And like, I'm gonna be honest. I have a bunch of the like going live channels that I've set, and one of the things I do is like when we go to raids, my general rule is I go and check, like at random, I will go and check like 3 of the higher traffic servers that I'm on that have like going live like self-promo channels, and I'll go check and see if any of the people who have like posted after me and are thus most likely to still be streaming, I go and check and see if they are like, 1, I check and see if they're still streaming, and 2, I see if they're doing anything that I could be like, yeah, that's not too much of a direct tonal shift from what I'm doing. Like, I don't think I'm gonna like raid into someone who's like playing Apex a lot. Even though, and I want to be clear, I do actually enjoy watching Apex. Like, I don't really enjoy playing it, but I do enjoy watching it. It's an interesting game. It has a nice blend of like the mechanics. It's a fun game, but I'm not good with first-person shooters, especially not like 360-degree combat per first-person shooters. Like, there's a certain element to that where like I don't have my full senses, and like for me, my brain is running on the same code where I'm like wanting to check corners and do all that stuff and like be careful, but also like the way looking at that screen works for me, it just, my eyes don't register like what's a person and what's just background environment. It's really fucking annoying and really fucking weird. But like I can't do well in those games because I can't like focus properly on them. It's just like, it's just too noisy when I'm trying to play it. But when I'm trying to watch it, I'm like, yeah. I can figure out tactics from here and like how they do that sort of thing. But yeah, I usually go into like some of the higher traffic ones and I check and see who's started streaming afterward, and if they're names that I recognize and the names that I know are gonna be like not. I don't want to send y'all to like I'm fine sending you to like weird or unusual people. I'm actually pro that. I'm very pro finding new weird people to like check out and like see what their vibe is and see how they do. Weird people make the world run. Weird people make the world a better place, in all honesty. But like, I don't want to find someone who's like gonna make everyone uncomfortable. I want someone who actually, you know, isn't a dickbag. I would like someone who is not in fact a dickbag, yeah. I don't want to send people to an asshole. And like, I am part of these communities. I know that most of these people are great, but there's always like, there's that 1% rule. Like, for every 100 people, one of them's an asshole. Guaranteed. Minimum 1 is always an asshole, guaranteed. The minimum 1% of all the people are gonna be assholes. Like, if you have 10,000 people, 100 of them are going to be complete dickbags. And there's no way around that. There is absolutely no way around that. You get any environment, someone's going to be a piece of shit. I've got, 140 some odd people, 143, I think, who are following me right now. One of them, I guarantee you, is an asshole. I don't know who they are. I think I'm the worst person to ask for that. Like I don't, here's my thing. I will, like, skim through Discords. I don't interact with most Discords. I'm bad at that. I'm usually at streams to interact with people. So, like, I try to go to streams, and if all I can do is lurk, then I'm gonna lurk. But, like sometimes dishes gotta be done, but I want someone on in the background so that I can, you know, avoid having to have thoughts about, like, the inherent despair with the universe, you know, depression things. And but, like, I'm not good at being in Discords. I'm maybe consistently in, like, 1, 2. I am consistently in 2 Discords. And neither of those are, like, based on streaming Discords of people I know personally, which makes me a bad friend probably on streaming stuff, and I'm sorry. It will not change. I am bad at this. I'm just gonna warn you now. But, like, I don't know. Let me take a look at your Discord. Like, you've got the standard issue stuff, which is all fine. Oh shit. Oh right, you set me up as an auto thing. Fuck, that's very kind. That is oh, that's very nice of you. I keep forgetting that you've done that. But it's actually, like, really sweet. Yeah, like, I don't know, this seems like, you know, like a pretty normal spot. It's just like, here's the thing. The 2 Discord servers that I'm in, one is, it's not private, but it's pretty much just it's not a fully open one. It's like we moderate it because it's my friends from college, who made a Discord server, to stay in touch as we travel and do shit. And, it is largely successful in that regard. It's honestly one of the reasons I still have any kind of social life. Because, like, even if I don't have access to other people, I have access to my friends who are there. There was some unfortunate drama where one of my friends got kicked out for being weird and being kind of a creeper. And just not having a good handle on how to, like, talk with people. And I think for the most part, that's just sort of I think that's a fair assessment of the situation. I think it could have been corrected in a less extreme manner. Just in my experience with this person. Like, this is a person who often fucks up and is... I'm not stopping for effect, I'm stopping because I'm trying not to cough. 1 second. who is like, he's a bit awkward, and he does have, I will say, suboptimal vibes. I don't think he's an evil person, and I don't think he would, if he was corrected on the situation, be a piece of shit about it. But apart from that, there have been a couple other people that we have removed from that server when they were like outed as like super racist or like, you know, super gross in other ways. And like that's an understandable thing. The people who are in charge of that, the people who are doing that, I trust them. But like I don't think I would be in as emotionally stable of a place as I am right now if I didn't have the support network that is produced partly from that specific Discord. Dick Sword? Thanks, Mouth. Discord, not Dick Sword. Don't mix those two up. That's a dangerous. Don't mix those up. Anyway, I'm sorry, you want to say that into the mic? Do you want to say that in the mic? You can.
I want a dick sword now.
You want a dick sword?
Of course I do.
You want a penis saber? A katana?
Yeah. All the better to back you.
A Zweihander? You don't even need to change. You don't even need to change the name on that one.
Bye, Hunter.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mute myself.
Fair noises.
You're gonna have to deal with them. I'm gonna do my best, but like sometimes it's either I'm gonna blow my nose or I'm just gonna start choking, and I don't want to make you listen to like all of that. So it's got to be one or the other. But yeah, without that Discord, I would not be as emotionally stable because like I wouldn't have a consistent way to like talk with friends or interact with people, and I am actively social on that one, obviously. Less so now, but like that's a thing. The other one that I am like largely active on is Lord Aethel Sands Discord server, where most of those people are in a. There are like two general categories. One is like the people who are like 18, 19, 20. And then the people like me who are like anywhere from like 33 to like 45 or older. So like actual grown ass adults. And beyond. Yeah, like, and there's like a good variance of age, which I think is important for like the health of a community, for like knowledge and other just you know, it's good to not have everyone be the same exact age range. Like, not everyone should be a freshly minted adult if you're going to be looking for advice or if you're going to be looking for like emotional support. You need variance in experience, and that comes with age, more so than any other factor. Like, there's really no way around that. I know that I have, and that's the other thing, like, I'm not super active on Aethel Sands Discord. I share some memes, I react to some things, there's some voice channel. All right, we're hitting the part where my throat is starting to give out and my nose is starting to like leak into my like. Oh God. Business. This is why I wasn't expecting for this to be a long stream, but like, yeah, like, I'm active on the one Discord that is mostly like a friend group chat, that is just an extended friend group chat, and then there's this other like, there's one VTubers community that I like have any interaction with, and I don't even have a super regular interaction there. And like I have interactions on other people's streams, and I'll be active in chat, and like that's a whole thing, and I try to do that and not be an asshole, and I probably fail, but like, you know, I want to make sure that people feel like those spaces are you know, good. So if I have useful or friendly or like supportive things to say, I'll do my best to say them, especially when they're like honest and warranted. Anyway, but like, one of the big things is when it comes to Discords, like those two Discords are the only ones that I have like any consistent interaction in. One of them is like every other day, and one of them is like maybe once a week. And apart from that, I'm not super active in those. I don't do a lot of like, there's like, everyone has like their like Discord movie nights and those, and I almost never do those. Like, I think I've only ever been to one Discord movie night, literally ever, and I don't think anyone actually got around to doing... Oh shit. Yeah, yeah. Hey! Hell yeah. That's a good doggo. That is an excellent dog, and also looks very pleased. That is a well-loved beast. But yeah, like, I'm not super active on like most Discords. I'm semi-active on 2, and I'm not consistently active on a daily basis on any. It's not a great place. Oh, hey, Zen! Fucking hell yeah. Welcome on in. I'm talking about this. Right now we're talking about Discords and the fact that, like, it's really hard to be genuinely active on any of them in any consistent fashion. Partly just because, like, life fucking happens. Also, Zen, fair warning, I'm still sick as fuck. So you're gonna hear me, like, coughing, choking, and sneezing sometimes, and you might also hear my partner do that in the background. You're gonna have to deal with it. I'm just here to hang out for a bit. But yeah, how you been, Zen? I haven't been able to hang out with you at the same time on, funnily enough, Aethelstan's Discord. I fucking haven't been there very much because I've been busy and then I was sick. And I don't want to inflict sick sounds and sick voice on people too much. I'll do that here on my stream where it's my own responsibility. But, yeah. I'm sorry if that same includes you being sick, because that... being sick fucking sucks. There are no actual upsides to being sick. I would love to never have to be sick ever again. But that's not how life goes. Yeah. But yeah, like... So Jake Hill, to answer that, stuff to put on your Discord? I don't fucking know. I'm the worst person to ask for that. You seem to have, like, reasonable spots. I think the main thing is, like... having an active Discord is not like a good indication of having, like... Like, having a very active Discord is not the same as... Oh, shit! Dude, thank you! Fuck, alright. Thank you for this... Holy shit. But yeah, like, I don't think having an active Discord is like a good sign of anything. Like, there's tons of people I know who like straight up don't have Discords. Like big names that just don't fucking have Discords, or like even just like medium names that don't have Discords, like Hiragi doesn't have a Discord that they manage. Takahata doesn't have a Discord that he manages. That's also a thing. Hey Red, welcome on in. We're chatting about shit. I'm sick. You're gonna have to deal with it. But yeah. It's it's one of those things where, like, yeah, you don't want to have too many separate channels where, like, only two things go into. But, like, you don't want to have, like, only one channel that is a constant fucking feed. Thank you. I am recovering well. I got sick. I did not get sick with the COVID. I got a PCR test, in fact, so they did, the whole culture test. And, I for sure don't have COVID. Which is also why I'm okay being here, talking, even though it might strain my voice a little bit. Because I don't have to worry about, like, you know, blood vessel damage of the course of stuff. If I'm just... This is just regular bad ideas, instead of, like, extra bad ideas. But yeah, we'll see, because we're pretty sure this is RSV, which is just, it's a virus that commonly leads to pneumonia, but doesn't do the thing. Also that, yeah, if you're not going to sit in your voice chat, and hang out with people on your voice chat, that is its own thing. But, like, at the same time, like, it helps to, like, actually... Yeah, that's the thing, though. Like, Aethel plans that. He'll actually, like, say, hey, I'm gonna be in here during these hours. Like, I'm gonna show up and I'm gonna be here during these hours if you want to hang out. And there are some people who, like, go in and they want to see what people are doing, because for them, like, whenever you click a button and you're like, you're gonna stream to Discord, like, for them, it's, like, free extra stream. And so they'll just lurk like they do in the regular channel for Twitch, and they'll do their thing. And that's honestly, like, some people get, like, weird about it, like, that's super parasocial. I'm like, no, they're like, I don't have to be on Twitch, so I don't even have to worry about ads, and I can just sort of, like, watch goofier shit where someone can say more profanity than normal, and, like, I think that's important. I think it's important that you're allowed to be stupider in a Discord stream than you are on Twitch. So that's the thing. But also, like, set up time with your community. Don't try and, like, force a thing with your community, because I feel like if you do a thing every week for your community, and it's the same thing every week, it's gonna get old. Like, set up, like, a once a month thing, maybe. But, like, don't try and make it, like, every single week you do a community, because that's gonna end up with you having, like, the same 3 or 4 people who are always free that day, which is fine for developing friendships with those, like, 3 or 4 people. And if that's your goal, fucking do it. But, like, from what I've seen, people who have, like, weekly community events in their Discords or on Twitch, they tend to, like, the first 2 or 3 times have, like, okay numbers, if you care about that. But, like, I don't care about it in terms of, like, your Twitch stats or, like, how that gets you successful or, like, community growth. I care about, like, how many people are also there. I don't know that adding a rant channel is bad. I think having it be optional and making sure that it's auto-muted so that people don't automatically get stuff is a thing. Yeah, no. After a certain size, once you actually have, like, multiple mods that have to, like, handle shit on the Discord, then I would definitely say maybe remove that over time. Discord is not a place for, like, emergency psychological services, and a number of people will see a free rant channel to be a place where they, like, talk about the shit that they need to talk about with, like, a therapist or, like, people who actually know them in a very real way, and and like are able to like be there as like tangible supports to them. Biggest mental health issue as someone who has suffered from a great deal of mental health stuff. Also that, yeah. That's a whole thing. But this is like right now, yeah, that's the other thing. For an example, there are a few places on the internet where I will talk about my shit. Where I will use some of that section as like, no one knows it's me, no one knows it's my name, no one knows my face, no one knows any of that. Anyone who reads this is just going to be like, well, that's a person with emotional damage, and that's fine. Because I'm essentially just putting that like, whatever I'm feeling or thinking, usually in like a not great state of mind, out into the void of the internet. Yeah, and I think right now, like with the size that you got there, totally fine. But I also think you don't need to have it there, and I think removing it wouldn't be the worst choice, just because, like... I'm gonna put down a hypothetical that I am sure has happened previously. Someone is gonna be like, I wanna harm myself or do something that constitutes a psychological emergency or a mental health emergency. I want to do that. Can someone talk to me and talk me out of it? And they will do that in Event Channel. Many people do that in Event Channel. It's very uncomfortable for everyone involved. The thing is, if you are not a trained psychologist, if you do not have that open as like its own little space, I don't think that the worst use case is something that you should be expected to handle, but it is something that that person will hold you accountable to. Now, if you've watched any of my streams, I will note, I'm not shy about talking about mental health issues, and I'm not afraid to get heavy about the shit that I talk about. Or like the issues that I have dealt with, or the issues that other people have dealt with. So I'm not going to name names, obviously, if it's someone else's like specifics issues. I mean, like in general, what other people deal with. I ain't here to out people for their mental illnesses. That's not what I'm about. Yeah. Which I think that's fine. I think a good disclaimer to put in there would be like, hey, we're not mental health specialists, but if you just need to shout into the void, here you go. I think that would be a fair disclaimer to have as like a pinned post at the start of it. And I think Event Channel with that sort of mindset is totally safe. But you should still expect at one point or another, if you get a large enough following in that server and you get enough people in there, the 1% rule will apply. And someone will show up and be like, I'm having a mental health emergency and I want to make it someone's problem on this Discord server. And if no one does it here, I'm going to take it as a sign that I am going to be like... that no one here cares if I come to harm because of my mental health emergency, and I'm going to blame you for it. And that is a shitty thing for them to do, but it's still a thing they might do. Also, if you are here and watching this on recording, and you have a mental health emergency, don't go to a random server in Discord and be like, hey, I'm having a mental health emergency. Don't do that. The odds of you finding someone who is a trained psychologist, who is willing and able and ready to help you in that area, is pretty much zero. What you're going to do is find a bunch of people who also have their emotional baggage and also have their emotional shit that they're dealing with. And you're going to be basically throwing yours there and being like, validate me. And I get that you want to be validated. You don't want to feel alone. And you're not. But when you put it there, and you put it there with the expectation that someone help you, what you're also saying, even if you don't mean it, is someone fix it. Which is not cool, and not reasonable to put on someone. I know that's not your intent, but that is the end result. There are... Oh, yeah, no. Safe space servers often become, yeah, exactly. It is there's a difference between actually having a safe space and having a place that enables one's emotionally self-destructive habits. The problem with a lot of the, like, it's important to make, I will say this, it's important to make your spaces that you produce, and advocate them. Exactly. Like, here's the thing. If I go on Aethel's server, I don't have to deal with Nazis. If I go on Aethel's server, I know I don't have to deal with Nazis. That's a good safe space. We will beat their asses and we will kick them the fuck out. Though I will razz Aethel for having a fucking shield with an old iron cross on it. I will, at any slight possibility, be like, why do you have the World War I German sign on your fucking shield, bro? Like, why? Why did you trust Amazon to give you good armor? Like, come on, man. Come on. But, like, I'm not going to be under the impression that anyone who is, like, a white supremacist is going to have a good time in that space. Because they're fucking not. And I can trust that. That's different from being like, no one should hurt me emotionally. No one should make me uncomfortable emotionally. No one should produce any sort of emotion in me that requires internal work or a building of understanding with me. There's a difference. A huge difference. That's another thing. But, like, I'm not going to worry about that part. I'm going to worry about the core element of what making a space that no one should be challenged for their existence in is different from a safe space. A safe space is one where you are allowed to explore yourself safely. Not like that, but like, you know, on a spiritual level. I don't want to... That's the other thing. I can trust that I'll go on to Aethel's, like, servers and no one's going to post a photo of them goatseeing themselves. Without them also immediately getting banned and all this, like, stuff deleted within, like, 30 seconds because their mod team is actually on point. That's another thing. Why I feel okay there is, like... Yeah, like, I don't think that's fair. I will let people know, like, if I'm not doing emotionally well and I'm not able to contact people on a regular basis, I will let those people know. But, like, I don't know why making, like, how emotionally, like, unwell you are, like, an open status on yourself is great. I'll be like, hey, I'm not doing emotionally well. Sorry if I don't respond. I would put that as a status. Sure, if I'm, like, in a zone where, like, talking with people sounds like the most overwhelming fucking thing ever, but also there's the possibility that I know, like, during this period of time during the day, someone might be like, hey, Grum, do you want to do a social interaction with me and a bunch of people? I might be like, maybe I'll just foreground this by putting this up, but I would be like, hey, I'd be much more likely to be like, hey, I'm gonna warn you now, like, in a personal message to them, hey, I know we normally have this thing that goes on during these days, and you might want to invite me to this thing, but don't. I'm just having a shit time. Don't worry about it. I just need to, like, decompress. And, like... One, it's important to have a reasonable expectation of what people can, are willing, and more importantly, are just, like... Well, you know, what they can, what they are able to do. And a lot of people don't have that. They don't have that understanding that, like, not everyone knows that... Not everyone has equal or healthy expectations of other fucking people. And, like, I would say to that person, that it is not fair to, like, broadcast that on any channel if you are not willing to type it to someone. Because if you don't have anyone to type it to, if you have friends but you don't have anyone to type it to, that means you need to, like, rethink your friendships. Not that you should rethink whether or not you should have those friendships, but you should like reconsider whether or not you and your boundaries produce an environment where like you can talk with these people about these problems. Because if you don't have close friends, something is wrong. Yeah, I don't want to deal with kids. Like, I don't want to regularly interact with children. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I've had a number of friends like that. Okay, so I have a couple of my mental health buddies. And I want to talk about mental health buddies for a second, just as a quick aside for this. I have, like 3 or 4 mental health buddies. We are people who all have, like, similar ranges of mental illness. Well, yeah. And I don't want you to out anybody, and I don't want you to start any shit here. But, like... Jay Kello, we are friends. Just because we don't interact too much right now. Does it... Man! Fuck you! God damn it. Anyway. You do have friends. You have friends who care about you. God damn it. That counts. That fucking counts. I don't mean physically close friends. I mean emotionally close friends. If you don't have emotionally close friends, something is wrong. And I'm not saying something is wrong with you, but something is wrong with your situation. Either, and this is important. Either you are with a group of people who are not emotionally able, who are not in a place emotionally where they can develop like a sense of like trust or vulnerability or closeness with you, or you with them. And that is a problem for everyone involved. That is a trouble. Because you should be able to do that. It doesn't matter if it's an online friendship or a real life friendship or whatever. Because that's a weird distinction in and of itself, but we don't need to talk about that. You should have people, someone in your life, several someones, ideally, that you can, like, be open with. You don't have to, like, come to them and dump all your trauma on them, but you should be able to be open with them about how you're doing. And you shouldn't have to, like, if you feel like shit, you shouldn't have to pretend that you're totally fine. If they hurt you or you hurt them, the ability to have, like, a mature dialogue about that, to like actually communicate the issues and like work through it and do conflict resolution. Yeah, but like if you can't do that communication, that is a different motherfucker. That is a different sort of problem, and that is a thing that is worth like looking into and figuring out. There are enough people I know where, like, they have a ton of friends who are absolutely the kinds of people who are going to be there for them and not be judgmental about whatever they're going through, but they don't open up about it because they feel like that's a burden. They feel like that is a harm they are doing. I have, like, 3 or 4 people, I'd say like 4 or 5 people, actually, in my life that if I'm having a real shit time, I can be honest about that. And I don't need to worry about them, like... I don't need to worry about them using that as ammunition against me. I don't need to worry about them, like, pulling any shit with that knowledge. I know they aren't going to, like... They're not going to resent me or harm me with the information I give them, and vice versa. I am very lucky in how many friendships I have, and how many people I can consider my family. I don't take that for granted for even a fucking second. A lot of the holidays in December are about surviving shit and, you know, reaffirming those bonds of, like, mutual compassion. And I think that's fucking beautiful. But also, I just like December. I prefer it to be cold than unreasonably hot. Just my personal preference. Anyway. Like, I have 4 or 5 friends that I know if even outside of our, like, our occasional check-ins, we can come to each other if there's, like, something bad and we, like, need to talk with someone about it and, like, figure out our shit. Or just, like, talk about it to get, like... Because sometimes you need to, like, express an issue before you can understand it and articulate it the same way. Sometimes you need to think out loud. And so sometimes you need to be like, hey, I'm having a mental health issue, and I need to think it out loud. Do you mind sitting with me about this? And, like, being, like, a good point of reference as a human being. I mean, on the one hand, I am sorry that the people that you have done that to and done that with are not in a space where they're ready to do that, but also, I want to be clear, and I'm not saying that you did this, and I'm not saying that you would do this, I'm saying dumping all of the trauma and dumping the floodgates on someone as, like, a test is a bad process to develop that friendship. It's not a good way to do that. You don't go from 0 to 60 without like, any warning. You, like, talk about your stuff in, like, a reasoned, in, like, not a reason, but, like, in a, like, a metered fashion. You do a slow drip. Yeah, right? Like, you need to be able to make it so that it's not... To build that, there needs to be reciprocity. Which for me is why, like, the 4 or 5 people I can do this with are, like, they're people that I know have also been through shit. And so, like, they're not gonna get freaked out if I talk about a problem I'm having. They're not gonna be like, oh god, do you need to go to inpatient care over the fact that you're, like, sad and can't feel things properly? I'm like, no, I have, like, just really severe depression. It's just depression. I know it's depression. Like, if I have to stop my verbal processing in order to, like, comfort you, I'm no longer going to verbal process with you. Because, like, I now understand that, like, you are not in a space where you can deal with that. That's fair. And, like, the thing, J. Kella, is not that you have done something wrong. It is that, like, building up that process takes a lot of time, and it takes different amounts of time for different people to be comfortable with it. And not having good read on that, is honestly just a matter of trial and error. I have tried to be, like... I have tried to have that reciprocity between myself and other people a number of times, and there are several ways that people misconstrue it. Either they think that you are asking them for, like, emergency help. Yeah. And, like, it's a thing. But, like, there's several people where I was like, okay, I think this will be fine. And I did my best to be like, hey, I'm not super emotionally well all the time. Sometimes I'm super emotionally unwell. And even at that stage, they were like, I'm going to put some distance between you and I. And often it's because they either read that as, I am trying to make it your responsibility to make me okay. Because they've interacted with, you know, the kinds of people to do that. Or they're like, oh, this one's super fucking wild, but it's happened like 3 or 4 times. And it's like, at this point, it's a pattern, but I don't know what the pattern is. It's like, oh, you're, like, trying to, like, bait me into, like, giving you information about myself. I think it's people who have had to deal with pickup artists and don't understand what, like, genuine attempts at, like, emotional connection are. Or who also see people or interact with people who regularly try to, like, conflate emotional and, like, sexual connections for some fucking reason. which is just a garbage standard. And I feel bad. I feel bad when I run into those people and they're like, "Oh God, is Grum hitting on me?" And I'm like, "No, I literally don't." And also, I've never flirted with someone on purpose in my life. I don't know what that looks like. And then I always go through that like, no, I'm trying to like be like, hey, emotional support is important and worthwhile. And it's a worthwhile endeavor to like build that sort of thing with other people. And it's okay to open up with people when you're having a hard time. And it's important to have people you can do that with. And I am kind of dead inside. And also, I've almost died like a dozen times. And like that does skew my understanding of like what's okay to talk about. But it also is kind of an advantage because like you can talk about some horrible shit. And as long as you don't expect me to like magically fix it for you, it's cool. You can be honest with me about like if you feel like you need to die, and I'll be like, hey, if you need me to, I can find you a good like mental health support structure in your area, or I can be here and talk about like, yeah, sometimes you do just feel like you want to die. Like sometimes that's the thing. Sometimes when you have severe depression or like other like mental health issues or like physical disability issues and everything seems hopeless and worthless and like it's not even like there's not even a point to trying, even though that's not the case. Because living is an end unto itself, but never mind that. Sometimes it doesn't fucking feel like it. Sometimes it feels like there's supposed to be a point for you to continue existing, and like it has to be worth it, and it feels like it's not worth it to you. And that's the thing. Maybe you gotta talk about that. Maybe you gotta whine about that. Maybe you gotta bitch about that. Maybe you gotta rage about that. I don't know. But you can, and I'm not gonna judge you for it. I can't do shit for you to help you with it. But like, oh yeah, no, like seasonal depression hits a lot of people, especially like, yeah, no, like that is just like that's a whole motherfucker. For me, like a lot of this has been making peace with the fact that like I'm not always going to be the best person for you to talk to. But for a lot of people, I am the first person they've talked to in a while. Who questions them and like actually pokes what's going on. No. Here's the thing. I don't. First of all, Jay Kella, I don't flirt. I don't intentionally flirt with anyone in a serious fashion. Because my track record with it is terrible. Red. That was like a... No, that's... Listen. You talked about an issue. You didn't push it or force it to be like the main focal point of the conversation. And you didn't demand that I derail everything that was going on stream in order to like assess it. You said, hey, I have an emotional issue. You declared that emotional issue. That's allowed. Like, I'm not... Like, that ain't a bad thing. Also, my track record is fucking awful. And also, you don't know that I'm not into you. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know where we're going with that. But like, do you see that? Do you see that shit right there? Like, that thing I just did, like that could go wrong so many different ways. That can go wrong so many different ways. Yeah, like, it's just one of those things where, like, sometimes we fuck up with the people that we care about. And sometimes they're just like, listen, shit happens. I think it's important to like accept that, but like shit happens, and it's not gonna it ain't gonna kill you. That's not to say it doesn't. That's not to say it doesn't matter. That's not to say it isn't important. That's not to say it isn't hurt. J. Kell, I'm not even monogamous. I don't know what you want from me. Again, this isn't saying that I'm trying to hit on you. It's just like, yeah, it's gonna be a bit. Listen, Zen, that is fantastic, and I think that is a great mentality for the flirtation process, but also, it can get you in some trouble. It's not necessarily the worst trouble, but as someone who, in my youth, was a bit of a slut,
You're still a slut.
I am still a slut, that is true. But I don't listen. I don't need to get into details about that on stream. I'm on Twitch right now. Anyway, but like, you know, it can, being super flirty with everyone all the time can get dicey and complicated in a fun, and since you are still a young lad, listen, Zen, you can be horny. It's allowed. It's not actually a crime. I know there's a horny jail and everything, but like, it's not actually a crime. You can do it in an over-the-top joking manner, which is totally great. That will still get you in a little bit of trouble with people sometimes. But it's not a bad trouble. It's fun. It's not bad. Just don't... Just accept that sometimes when you do that, you are playing with fire. And you might get a burning sensation as a result. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you should stop. I'm in fact saying the opposite, but I'm also saying maybe if things go really well on those directions, use protection. Anyway. Oh, good lord. But you know, I try to be open with people about stuff, and I try to be open for people. Not like that. Sometimes like that. But like, for the most part, like, my main thing is I don't... Listen, I'm not wired for, like, romantic stuff. I have zero radar for romantic stuff. I have to, like, Sherlock Holmes this shit to figure out whether or not someone has romantic intention toward me, or whether or not what I've said can have, like, romantic context. Because it's not wired for me.
Yeah, you didn't really get it that I wanted.
Yeah, no, like, we're married, and, like, I thought it was, like...
Fucking shark.
Yeah, like, you had to circle me like a shark, and you had to, like, be like, hey, we should get married, before I was like, oh.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fuck. Oh, this is, like, serious for you.
Yeah, and we should get married was like 7 years in.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, it was a big deal.
Yeah, and we've been together pretty consistently up until that point.
Yeah, no, like, it's a thing, but, like, you know,
Like, we were basically common law married, and then it's like, hey,
yeah.
Hey, I want to put a ring on that.
And then we did paperwork about it, and spoke oaths about it and shit. But, like, that's neither here nor there. The thing of it is, like... well, it is kind of here and there. I'm really bad at it. I'm so bad that the person I married, I didn't realize was someone who would actually want to marry me, and was, like, okay with who I was as a person. I thought that I might be, like, another stepping stone relationship for this person, and I was, like, kind of chill with that. Because, like, most people who date me, they're like, oh yeah, this is really nice. But then it doesn't get that, like, we're not getting any more serious about it. And I'm like, what does that look like to you? What do you want in terms of seriousness? And they're like, you know... like, where's the romance? And I'm like, listen, I care about you. I'm trying to support you and like be a person that you can rely on, and I'm trying to be a person that like no, I was like, oh,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. It's probably a bad idea right now though. Like, are you sure that's a good idea? Because like, nah, this is a bad idea. And then we did it anyway. I was like, this is a bad idea. As we were in the car, like, to the courthouse, I was like, this is probably a bad idea, right? And you were like, does that mean you don't want to do this? And I was like, no, like, I'm in.
Yeah.
But I just want it on record. This is probably a bad idea.
Conversation.
Because I was still under the impression that, like, my partner was with me as, like, a stepping stone relationship and not, like, a person that wanted to be with me, like, that's a thing of, like, I just assume that, like, most of my, like, physically intimate relationships are, like, temporary because, like, you know, people they want to fuck around and they have fun and they want to, like, you know, find someone new. And that's okay. And I'm a pretty chill slut. So, like, I'm okay with that.
Whereas I'm like, this is my person.
Yeah,
This
you're...
is my favorite person. Hey, favorite person. Favorite person.
I know.
Favorite person. Hey.
But, like, one of the big things... I love that your commentary is right here, actually. This is actually fantastic.
Well, you're talking about...
yes, and the third one, yep, there it is. Yes, all three of those probably describe me pretty decently. Anyway, but, like, for me, for, like, any relationships, yes, Spouse Larkin is a delight, and has made my life better in literally every way.
Aww.
Fuck off. But, like, anyway, nah, like, this is like my best friend. So, like, having this peanut gallery here is actually fucking delightful. Oh, people are saying hi to Spouse Larkin. You and Spouse Larkin, yes.
Internet.
No, it's just one of those things where, like, I don't do romance. I am, and I've been pretty open about this with folks who actually, like, try to, like, get into relations with me. Is like, I'm not wired for romance. I am, whether I like it or not, like, I fall pretty well into that, like, aromantic category that people have. It's just not a thing that my brain registers. Which you'd think, oh yeah, it just means that you don't like it. No. What it does is it gets me into a lot of fucking trouble with people. Because I'll be, like, friendly and emotionally supportive because that's what you do for friends and people you love and care about. But people are like, love? Romantic love? And I'm like, no. What the fuck are you talking about? There's one person where I was like, yeah, no, I love you very much and I care about you a great deal. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, I hadn't, like, figured out my shit of, like, that sort of thing. So I thought, like, having this sort of, like, emotional, like, strength of a bond meant that, like, maybe I was like, oh, well, maybe that is romance. Maybe that is what romance is. I don't fucking know what romance is. Maybe that is. And I was young and stupid. And so I was like, I think I might actually be in love with you. And they were like, oh, fuck, you're serious. And I was like, no, this is the correct reaction. Don't get me wrong. This is the correct, what you've done is the correct reaction. That's not a problem. But, like, that might be a thing, just so, like, you're like apprised of the situation. And that went very fucking poorly. And every other version where I've been like, I don't think that I have a romance. I don't think I'm wired for, like, the romance. But, like, if you want a friend you can fuck, that's totally fine by me. Like, that's cool. And many of them have been like, yeah, I'm into that. And then they've been like, no, I do want romance. I do want that sort of, like, I want a feeling that that's an emotional bond that is actively and consciously reciprocated at all times. Whereas my partner here is like, yeah, no, like, what you're doing constitutes that. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like,
It's like,
It's not the same flavor to me, but like it still has the same like umami for you, so that's what works.
Well, my definition of romance is not so much. This is gonna get really.
Do you want to have access here? I'm gonna give you access to the fucking microphone real quick.
This is gonna be cheesy and schmoopy for a second, but there is a quote from an author named Alexandre Saint-Exupéry. He was the one who wrote The Little Prince, where love does not consist of simply staring at each other, but looking outward in the same direction. And like that kind of sums up my feelings about romance. It's like you can be completely independent individuals going off on your own spiels and doing your own things, but like, are you still there for each other? Do you want to be in each other's presence? Do you want to hang out together? Do you laugh at each other's stupid jokes? Do you care if this person just farted right next to you? Oh no. Or are you going to make snarky commentary on it and like be mutually appreciative of the fact that bodies are weird, human beings are weird, and go like, yeah, we're on the same wavelength. I like this one. Can I keep them?
Yeah, sniffa. We're both sick. But also don't sniffa the farts. Don't do that. I mean, I'm not gonna kink shame, but like that's not. I'm not here for that.
No, but that was just like a random example
Yeah.
of just bodies being gross.
Yeah, like, oh god. Why am I stuck looking left? Can I please stop looking? Hang on. Have you learned nothing, robot? What happened? Did you die? Did you die?
It's not me.
No, it ain't you. There we go. Okay, it just needed to reload a bit. I am so sorry. Also,
No,
oh man,
no
I'm missing.
sniffa. No sniffa.
No sniffa. Don't sniffa the fart.
Ew.
That's certainly not as an icebreaker and not as a flirtation unless you really know what sort of group you're in. And it's the right crowd for that sort of thing. Then I mean, again, who am I to kink shame?
Yeah.
But like, for me, love is love. Love is just an earnest, positive regard and a desire for
And like,
to contribute to that person's happiness, knowing that they also contribute to yours.
yeah.
And I don't think there's a wrong, like, you can add other descriptors to that if you want, but at the end of the day, it's like that's the closest to like an objective definition of love that I've been able to find. And it's the one that works the best for me. And like, again, you mentioned we were like basically like common law married, which is a way of saying that we were married without being married. Yes, Spouse Larkin has an amazing voice and also an amazing singing voice.
You.
Not right now because sick, but like,
No,
yes.
I will sound like Scuttle from The Little Mermaid. But like, also, like, Grum here is very much the active slut human being, and I love this about them. This is one of the things where like compersion, if you don't know that word, compersion is when you have love and joyful feelings for another person who is experiencing love and joyful feelings with another human being. Comes into really great play for me. I'm a little bit on the ace side of things, like asexual. I'm kind of like gray, demi, what have you.
Yeah.
But like,
oh, for spelling purposes,
compersion.
compersion.
Yep.
Boop.
There's your vocabulary word for the day.
New vocabulary for the day for polyamorous folks.
And
can
like,
you
here,
unfuck for like a minute?
and like
The
that's the
fuck?
thing about our relationship. We don't necessarily have to be physically intimate to experience that appreciation and affection for each other. It's this general positive
Nope,
regard.
there's no setting that resets this.
Oh gods. It's that general positive regard and desire for good things for this other human being. And like the occasional nookie.
Yeah. But like,
And that might be TMI, but I figured you're having this sort of conversation.
yeah, no, like
on
it's
the internet.
it's
We're
it's
both
not
anonymous.
it's not a priority. But like the main thing for us, the thing that is a priority is just like having someone that you don't have to pretend the person that you can take the human face off for.
Yes.
Like, I can just be my goblin ass self around you, and you're not gonna judge me for it, and you're not gonna hate me for it.
No.
And you're
like,
gonna be okay with that. You're not, it doesn't make you uncomfortable, it's not a burden to you.
No, and even if we don't understand
And vice versa.
what the current like
I,
internal workings are for the other, we can just ask the question of, "Hey, are you upset at me?" And we can understand and accept the answer of no.
yeah,
Like,
and just,
we are not upset at the other person. We might be upset in one direction and it kind of takes up the space, but
Oh,
that doesn't
are
necessarily
we-
mean that like we are upset at the other
Am I-
individual.
too far. What the fuck is. Oh, you're not registering me correctly.
Is it because I'm sitting here?
It is.
Ha!
It's registering your face and saying that your face is the main face.
Because I'm cute.
It's true. You are cute. But I don't think that's why.
It's okay. Put the screen back over my
Okay.
face. They don't need to see my face.
No.
They don't
But yeah. Also, yes. Spouse Larkin. But yeah, like. Like, it's not a. Sex is fun and all, and that's not, like, this is not a space for. Yeah, like, sex is fun and all, but it's not like the be all or end all of a relationship.
And if it is, you really gotta work on some shit.
I mean, no, I don't think that's wrong. It can be the be all and end all of a relationship. It's not for me. If you are here specifically to, like, be a sexual person and to express yourself and, like, explore yourself sexually, if your relationship is based on that exploration, that's totally fine, so long as it's actually, like, you know, clearly communicated.
Okay, yes, I agree with that.
Like, I think that's fine if it is, but, like, it's never been, like, I'm always okay with sex. I rarely seek it out, like, directly. Like, I never, like, I don't go out to, like, pick up people to, like, do stuff with. Like, that's not how I roll.
No, you're a very picky slut, and
I mean,
that about you.
I am now. I was less in my youth.
That's because you didn't really understand your own value.
I got better taste, over time. Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Self-esteem.
The main thing is, like, when it comes to relationships and when it comes to, yeah, no, like, see, you know what you want. You know what you're here for.
Yeah, tell us where it's at.
No, it's good shit.
9 times out of 10, what is it I come and I beg you for at night? when
You
I
want
go to
me
bed?
you want me to go and snuggle you until you're asleep, and then I come back out,
Cuddle.
and then I continue being a night goblin.
Yep.
And then I go back to bed at, like, 3 or 4 a.m. as you are slowly waking up to start your day. And then I wake up at 8:30 for some fucking reason. Ah. Have you learned nothing, robot? All right. God. Maybe the tracking knows that I'm sick, and so it wants to be as scuffed as I feel inside. Specifically inside of my sinuses. Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, like I love December, even though I don't care about holidays, because, like, I get to, like, go and, like, my favorite thing for holidays is, like, when I get to make people food. Which is, like, the only reason I have been bummed about missing Thanksgivings. Is because, like, I don't get to make a carrot cake. I don't get to make, like, soups. I don't get to make, like, sauces for people. I don't get to make, like, anything. I don't get to bring anything to the party so that people can consume it and feel joy. Because I like making tasty food for people. It's one of the ways that I show love. Case in point, I for, like, over a year, I would just make Spouse Larkin her lunches for work. And I continue to do that whenever it is suitable to do so.
To the envy of all of my coworkers.
Indeed. Because I'm a pretty damn good cook. And also, just, like, my default, like, food ration thing that I make has enough variety in it that it's usually not, like, the exact same thing every single fucking week. It's at least has enough variation in flavor that it is, like, tolerable. listen, there's nothing wrong with having soup brain. We all have soup brain sometimes. Also, if your soup brain is leaking, please seek medical attention, Red. I like you alive, and that is a sure sign that you might not be if you're not careful. Just gonna. I'm sure you're fine. You're a fellow goblin. You've got cork somewhere, probably. You can plug up the holes and then like see a professional later. But like, just keep some track of it. Don't dial me down, damn it. But like, I am blessed to have a number of people in my life that I'm very good friends with. I'm blessed to have a number of people that love and care about me and that I love and care for. 4 or 5 of them are like mental health buddies. Big spoon or small spoon? We both are too restless of sleepers, so we usually swap around a bunch.
Who, you and me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we swap around a bunch. Like we're both restless sleepers. I have a bad shoulder, so like sleeping on one side gets troublesome, but I still do it anyway because I like doing it. But then after a certain point, it won't matter. My body, while I'm asleep, will naturally reposition me to sleep on the other side. So if I start on that side, which is usually the side where I am Big Spoon, I'll eventually flip over, and then Spouse Larkin will essentially, in her sleep phase, also be like, I am no longer being snuggled. I shall now snuggle instead, and then turn over and make me the little spoon.
It's one of my favorite things.
So we, yeah. That's just kind of how it do. You know, Jay Kella, there's nothing wrong with loving to be, like, having a specific preference for Big Spoon.
No, not at all.
Respect.
I love being the Big Spoon, even though, like, you are taller than me.
I am significantly taller than you.
Like, I am tiny.
You are like 5 foot nothing.
I am less than that.
I know, but like with shoes was the
okay.
I was going to finish that with shoes. Whereas I am almost 6 feet tall.
And it's kind of hilarious because everyone always considers me to be taller than I actually am until they stand next to me close enough that they realize, oh shit, you are small.
Yeah, it's because you got that big dick energy. Anyway, but like, oh, that's another thing. I'm like the funniest fucking part of this. So, I am almost a foot taller than Spouse Larkin, but I'm 70% leg. I am a leggy bitch. When we sit down, there's like maybe 2 or 3 inches at most of difference between our eye levels. I'm like all leg. Which I also think is funny.
Your skull is also significantly bigger than
I mean, yeah, I got that big head. I got a big noggin.
No, like
I have the gangle. I have the longs.
so
It's just a thing.
the internet can know this. I tend to work with like kids for a living.
Yeah.
And a specific age group of kids, like in the age range, like just preteen.
Yeah, you work with
they are
like
still like child size, but they're almost adolescent size.
Yeah.
And I like to remark that I am child sized.
It's
really funny because many of my students are taller than me.
I'm like just I'm like 70% leg and then like 10% head. Oh, yeah. Take care, Jkella. I'm keeping track of too many tabs. Fuck. But yeah. Jay, I hope you have a good night. I have to blow my nose. I'm gonna mute real quick. Ah. But yeah, like, I don't know. For me, like, sharing love is not like an explicitly like or implicitly like romantic or sexual activity, obviously. So like, for me, like, I love a lot of my friends. I will also note, and this has gotten me into a little bit of trouble every once in a while, there's like, because I am a slut, and again, I don't pursue sex very, like, actively. I really just, I don't know.
You really don't.
Yeah, it's not really a thing that it's something that I'm usually just, like, open to.
Sex is not the goal of your flirtation.
No. But here's the thing.
Ever.
But I want to be clear about this. I'm comfortable. If I'm comfortable and I feel like I can trust the person that I am around, like, I am open to it more often than not. Just as a matter of, like, listen, I am a bisexual goblin. This is just a known quantity. Like, gender is not a reason for someone to be, like, off limits to me. Their decision to be off limits to me is what makes them off limits to me. As far as, like, I'm not going to pursue someone who isn't, like, the kind of person who would want or be open to that sort of thing.
And again, it takes you quite a bit of time and very direct reciprocity.
Yeah, like,
the part of the other party for you to understand.
Everyone's got to be involved in that.
Again, I reference circle like shark.
Yes. It's one of those things where, like, I never assume that that's someone's intent or someone's desire. That's a whole thing. But, like, caring about people is, for me, like, the support that I give my spouse is the same kind of support that I'm willing to give to many other people. I am comfortable, having physically intimate activities with my spouse and also with other people. That's not like an unconditional thing. That is a very conditional thing. But, like, that's its own business. And, like, I've had a number of times where I've been trying to be, like, a genuinely emotionally supportive person, and because of the way they see me interact with my spouse, they're like, oh, you have a romantic interest in me. And I'm like, no, that's not... You are so close to the correct conclusion to get to here, but no. Absolutely the fuck not. You have to flip the switch on that for me to even think about it. I fucking guarantee it.
Like, first and foremost, my best friend.
Yeah.
And then I was the one who, with every intent, hunted you down and mounted you.
We don't need to get into details. I would prefer that we not, actually, for TOS reasons. But, like, yeah, that's a whole thing. And so, like, for me, I've gotten into... Communication is complicated. And so, like, relationship communication, especially so. Especially when you're not talking about, like, any relationship that you have with someone can get really complicated really fast when they start reading what you're doing as, like, very serious activities. Like, if you're at, like, level 1 friendship and you need to be at, like, level 4 or 5 level friendship in their minds for you to be, like, doing these sorts of things, it's gonna make them uncomfortable. And so, like, a number of people that I've tried to, like, build an emotional, like, network with, where, like, yeah, I care about you, and you clearly care about me, and like, I don't see a reason to like hide that. Exactly. It is. It's not. Yeah, it's not exactly. But it is like the same vibe. Like, the Goblin crew for like VTubing is like a very good crew. I'm a fan. Uh, but like, there's a lot of goblins. That's how it do. It's a thing. Like, there's still plenty of people where I'm like, one of these days I'm gonna be streaming at the time that they're streaming, and I'll be able to raid them. Like, one of these days I'm gonna get to watch their shit. One of these days I'm gonna get to interact with these people and like do stuff. And I'm terrible at this. I'm already terrible at this, and there's already so many people. And so like, I'm slowly wheeling us back through the tangents so that we can get back to like a main conversational point. Such is the nature of ADHD. And I do have the Adahudas. Anyway. But like, there are a number of people that I've attempted to like build that sort of like mental health buddy situation with, where it hasn't gone well. Because they were like, oh, you're not trying to like build a system of like emotional support. You're trying to get in my pants. And listen, if that's the vibe you get, and you're like, hey, I'm no longer comfortable hanging out with you, or being friends with you, or interacting with you, I understand that. Listen, that's my bad, but like, that's fair. That's fair. I'm not gonna hold that against you. I get that my vibe is very easy to misunderstand because it is a very weird vibe on its own. Especially in person. I'm apparently really hard to read for new people, and like, a lot of people, when they see someone who has like a lot of blank spots and they're like, oh man, I gotta fill in those gaps with what I understand about people, and they have a lot of gaps to fill in about me, they end up with a lot of really inaccurate ones. Boy, howdy do they. But like, my whole thing is that I would like to make survival on this earth slightly more bearable for the people I love and care about, because they do the same for me. I think it's only fair. And so when I can find ways to do that, I do it. Indeed, we continue to learn. I've learned to be more careful about how I sort of like give out that level of support, so I don't like dump it on them and make it look like I'm like, you know, I think the phrase is like love bombing or something like that. Like that sort of thing where it's like, there's like people who do that as like a manipulation tactic, and I don't want power over people. I don't want to choose what they determine as reality. That's not how I work. That's not what I don't need that in my life. I will control how people perceive me to the best of my ability, but I'm not going to do it by lying. Like, if you get the wrong read on me, shit happens. I'll do my best to correct it, but like, I understand I can only do so much about that. We are all of us human, even though we are also many of us goblin. That's, you know, but like, one of the big things is like, I have 4 or 5 people that I've managed to successfully build this sort of like mental health support network around, and with, where like we occasionally check in with each other. We let each other know when we're like having bad times. We let each other know when we might need some sort of like actual support in that regard. And the thing of it is, like, I don't necessarily see that as a different form of like, I don't see that as a different form of love and care from like more romantically colored relationships. Like, I don't see it as it's just a matter of the context and like the boundaries that are set there. Like, I'm not gonna build that for any reason other than to like make surviving suck less. And with the people that I have that with, like, I don't think I would just like, I don't think that any of these people are people where like either of us have any sort of like physical attraction toward one another. And if they do, it's fucking news to me. And not because of some sort of like self-esteem thing where like I don't think I'm attractive. I know I'm hot. It's a matter of like they would have said something, or like I would have gotten a read on that, you know? Like I would have sleuthed that out at some point. Because I've sleuthed it out a few times with friends that I've gotten into contact with, where we start like interacting a lot and talking about deep stuff, and like sometimes you learn that someone thinks you're hot and you also think they're hot, and when that happens, it's a wonderful thing. And you don't have to act on it. You can just acknowledge it and respect it and go on. You don't have to just acknowledge and respect it. You can act on it, but you don't have to. And like, I've had a few situations of friendships where like that was a thing. And they worked out decently. I'm still friends with those people. Regardless of whether or not we acted on those things. But like, I don't think any of those relationships are better or worse for like how that went. You know, whether or not we're like, hey, I'm into you, are you into me? And they're like, hey, I'm into you, are you into me? And then we're like, yeah. Like, whether or not we took it past that acknowledgement, like, I don't think that like some of it's stories to tell, and some of it's, you know, shit to keep to my damn self, because it's nobody else's business. And I think that's fine either way. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how y'all do for relationships. I don't know how y'all work. I know, like, I did just sort of give Zen my blessing in terms of your slutty endeavors, and I wish you good luck and good stories to remember fondly. And I don't know. The December holidays are mostly about surviving things that suck and getting together, as I've said previously, in this very stream. I feel like there's nothing wrong with that. Like, this is also my assessment, but like, when I was a slut in my youth, I was making a lot of very bad decisions and a lot of very unhealthy decisions. And a lot of very unsafe decisions. And that's a whole can of worms that I don't want to open up on Twitch. But like, whether it's because you haven't found someone that you can connect with like that, or just because you haven't prioritized it, or whatever, like, I don't think it's wrong to, like, I don't know. If I had waited until I was 18, or if I'd waited until I was like 21 to do like any of what I did in my youth, I think I would have missed some opportunities, but they were like not great opportunities. It's like you're never gonna regret not taking the interview for a pyramid scheme. You know? Like... Or like you don't get hired by that one like place that turns out to be like some sort of like criminal front. Or like you don't sign like a really sketchy fucking loan. Though most of us who have gone to college have done that anyway. But like, I find it very unlikely that people who are in relationships from when they were like in early high school, I find it very unlikely that those people have like had the option to like grow into themselves. And I don't think it's better or worse to not do that, but I don't think that like, again, I don't think it's better or worse to do it that way. It's just different. And like, if you wanted that and you haven't been able to get that, I'm sorry. But I also don't think that you're, like, actually worse off for it. It sucks being alone, and it sucks feeling lonely, but, like, when I was a teenager, and I was doing teenage things that I shouldn't have been doing, I didn't feel like I had people who gave a shit about me. I don't think any of the people that I was doing stuff with actually gave a single fuck about me as a person. The only ones who actually gave a fuck about me are the people that I'm still friends with today. Like I have the Sword Stooges, which are my RP group, for D&D and stuff, and like they're friends that I've had since like mid-high school. But like even before mid-high school, I didn't trust them to like stay my friends. I didn't expect them to stay my friends. They became my friends, and then they were like, no, we've made the choice. We're going to stick together and give a shit about each other. It doesn't matter where we go. We're going to do that. We're going to prioritize that for some fucking reason. And I don't know why. And I don't know if it's a wise decision. I don't know if it was a good decision. But I am grateful for that decision because it made sure that I wasn't completely alone during some of the, like, most lonely parts of my existence. But even if you don't have that kind of a group, even if you don't have that sort of thing, like, I don't think if I dated anyone that I fucked when I was a teenager that I would be in that relationship now. And if I was, I certainly wouldn't be happy. Holy shit. I would be a much worse person, and I would be a much worse off person if I'd gotten into any of those and taken them, like, as, like, this is the relationship I'm going to stick with forever. Like, those people weren't happy with me. I wasn't happy with them. We were very different kinds of people. We were very different people. It was very bad. Anytime anything happened, it was like, when I look back and I was like, wow, I shouldn't have done that. Which is not what I have in terms of, like, other stuff that I've done as a whole ass adult. Like, my previous streaming on other websites, that was less than savory, and certainly less safe for work. That stuff, I look at that and I'm like, no, that was good. And if I were ever able to make that, like, in any way sort of like a marketable thing for me right now, I totally fucking would. Absolutely. If I was able to do that, I would do it. I don't see a way for me to do that, and I don't know if it's worth it to get into that at this point right now for me, just because, like, I have stuff I want to do that isn't that, and that is sort of its own full-time gig. But, like, that's different. Most of the decisions I've made as a whole-ass adult, I can look and be like, that was a bad decision, or like, that was a stupid decision, but I'm glad I made it. Or, I didn't realize how good of a decision that was. Which is always, that one's always the best surprise of like, I didn't fuck up. I totally thought I fucked up there. I did not fuck up there. Holy shit. But yeah, like, I think if you haven't been in any kind of relationship, if you haven't been in any kind of serious relationship, it doesn't fucking matter. It does not matter. It doesn't matter if you're like 18 or 19 or 20 or like up to like 30 and you haven't been in like a major relationship. I don't think that matters. I think that might be indicative of the environment you've been in and either your like overall attraction to the people that have been in your dating pool. But I don't think that's I don't think that's a useful metric for like a judgment call. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't talk to anyone I knew in high school apart from like my Sword Stooge group, and I knew them incidentally in high school. Like, it is entirely by chance that I have those friends. None of the people that I tried to be friends with during high school, like actively put time into becoming friends with and trying to maintain those friendships with, none of those people are still my friends. None of them. There's a few people where like after I got out of high school and I hadn't been able to like leave that town, where like the other queer people that in that area that I was like the same age range as, like we're still friends and or quasi-adoptive family, and that's fine. But like, there is no one I would ever want to see in any like high school reunion. There's no one that I'm not going to see elsewhere. Fucking nobody. I'm sure they're lovely people. They're great people. I would much rather meet them in any other environment. Like, I would love to meet up with the other people who eventually figured out that they weren't cis. Like the trans folks and such, that like were figuring their shit out and didn't know that shit, but know it now. I'd love to meet those people from my high school that I graduated with, for an example. But like, the rest of them, nah, I got nothing in common with them. I didn't have anything in common with them then. Most of them saw me as the weird kid, and they expected me to like shoot up the school for some fucking reason. I think it's because I had resting bitch face then, and also like the way I interacted with the bullies in like middle and high school wasn't great. I got into a lot of fights, and there were a number of kids where I was like, hey, this went poorly for you. Next time, I will make sure it goes worse for you. And I didn't say it like that. I said it as a child would, because I was a child then. But like, most of those was like, hey, you don't look great right now. You definitely don't feel great. And I know, because I made you feel that way, and I'll make you feel worse. I will harm you worse next time if you keep doing this shit. And there were a few people who didn't learn that. But like, yeah, that's the thing of like, there's a lot of people where I'm like, yeah, it'd be good to like reconnect and like at least check in and be like, yeah, so you figured out like the sexuality and the gender thing. Cool. You know, there's people who are like trying to beat the shit out of me for like being weirdly queer or gay, however they wanted to call it. They weren't wrong. I just didn't care about it at the time because like I was more concerned about them trying to beat the shit out of me. But also, like, yeah, there's a ton of people where, like, I don't have anything in common with any of the people that I knew at that stage in my life. And I think, like, in that stage of your life or in your current stage of your life, like, a lot of these people, they are temporary people in your life, and that's not wrong. That's not bad. Trying to make a temporary person in your life a permanent person in your life is not a great idea. Granted, I think that largely the reason why a number of people stay friends for long periods of time is because they make the willful decision to stay friends and stay in contact and keep doing stuff together. But like, that choice has to be tempered with the understanding of like where everyone is in that situation. Some people aren't going to be friends for life. Many people are not going to be friends for life, and that's okay. If they're friends right now, that's great. If they're no longer friends, that's also okay. Exactly. Like, especially if it means like, if staying in that group and staying that person that you are in that group means not growing as a person when you need to grow, or not healing as a person when you need to heal, you absolutely should be willing to like let go of that. Wow. I mean, if they were trying to insult you with it, then they were probably going with like metrosexual, but I don't know why that would be a thing. Especially like, I know you're a younger individual. But yes, yeah, okay, then it was just like, I don't fucking know. That's the fuck with, like, that's the only reference I can think of, but like, I don't even know if that's in the like same zone. Cause like, I don't even know if that's the right time frame. Anyway. Alright. Then yeah, I have no idea what that's in reference to. That's it. If it works, it works. But yeah, like, you know, listen, Athel's the kind of fucking goofball that, like, I have largely made friends with in real life. All of the Sword Stooges are, like, in that same, like, general flavor of being of just, like, being open to being weird and making bits out of nowhere for no fucking reason, because everyone in my friend group is, like, a little bit of the Otta Hutta. But, like, it's one of those things where, like, it's definitely a thing, and, like, yeah, no, I totally get that that's a thing. I think that's one of the reasons why I was like, no, yes, this is a person that I will follow. This is a person that I will watch, and this is a person that I will enjoy. And one of the few people where I'm like, yeah, no, that's a community I'm willing and comfortable to be a part of. Because, like, this motherfucker is the same style of motherfucker I'm used to, like, dealing with and enjoying in my own life. So yeah, that I am not surprised by that, Zen. For me, one of the things is, like, I've been a little too low-key about most of my existence to people. So, like, in high school, I heard so many fucking buck wild rumors about me, and oh my god, yes. I came in on, I came in, shortly after his interview with Iron Mouse. And just sort of, like, vibed out and jammed while I was, like, actually making this model. This base model. And, like, fucking around. And, like, I've tooled around in Blender a little bit, and I know that I'm not good at Blender. I've learned that now. I'm not good at Blender. I don't think I'll ever be able to, like, do full rigging. And I'm okay with that. Like, I'm okay being a no-talent goblin, whose main draws are the ability to speak deeply about very difficult subjects in a succinct fashion. And able to ramble around things that are important and make people have weird emotional breakthroughs while they're watching me talk about shit. Where I'm just talking about shit and I think I'm talking about normal shit. Which has happened, like, twice with Red, and I'm still sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. I'm glad that you had those realizations, because they're important, and they will, like, make you a happier person overall, but, like, I'm a goblin, and you probably didn't you signed up to watch Yakuza punches and not other shit. What's up?
Oh, I'm just standing here going, yeah.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, you tend to do that.
I do that.
You're at least subtle about it. I'm just a dwarf with a hammer.
It's okay. It's okay. You know what? Honestly, Red, maybe that's for the best. Maybe that's ideal. Aw. That's okay. Couple of those, I clipped a couple of those just because I was like, oh man, I gotta keep an eye on that. But yeah, God. One of my big things, like, fuck. I'm used to getting misunderstood. I know. listen, I've always been like, I've related to like the concept of like fae stuff, like the whole like being like almost intrinsically bound to like the things you say, like on like a cosmic mystical level. Like your word should be your bond, and not in like a, hey, if you want people to respect you, you should act this way, but like when you say that, you have made a contract that applies to your entire existence. I think that's a cool concept. And so like I made myself a hobgoblin, which is a goblin that is bound more distinctly by the rules of the Fae at the end of the day. There's several ways to describe hobgoblins, and I keep describing them differently every time. And I also think that's a very Fae entity thing of me to do. And so I'm not going to stop doing it. But like, that's one of the things that drew me to it. And I'm very glad that I chose that form. One, because like, basically no one has Grum Larkin as like a username anywhere. Like, I think I found it one place in like a fucking like Latvian server or some shit. I don't know. Like, I found one person who has that as a username in like some defunct server. Hey! Master Chief GG. Hey, welcome on in. We're talking about existence and also just sort of, you know, rambling about shit. I'm also gonna warn you right now, I and my spouse, who you'll hear in the background, are both still very sick, and so you'll hear me as a raspy voice, you'll hear me cough, you'll hear me sneeze, you'll hear her cough, you'll hear her sneeze. There's not a lot of ways around that. It's just a thing. Responsibly, I should have continued to recover, but like, meh. But yeah, like, I chose being a goblin and being a Fae creature because it made... I mean... Yes, how dare I have immune systems? That's not very VTuber of me. Just ask any of the like top 500 how many of them have shit going on. I think that's one of the things though, like, I chose Hobgoblin because, you know, it's my favorite type of goblin. It's the one, it's like, everyone has seen like common depictions of goblins in like World of Warcraft and shit, and like D&D has tons of goblins, but like hobgoblins are like this weird, like, not, they're goblins, they're definitely like a goblin-like, but it's almost like a job title as much as it is like a certain like species of magical creature. Very few people like actively like, there's plenty of like legend stuff where like references to hobgoblins exist, but like the most prominent one is like, again, and I'll say this a million times, Puck from A Midsummer Night's Dream, who is like another Fae entity is just like, yo, you've got all these titles, and one of them is like Hobgoblin. He's like, yep, you're right about all of them, even though Puck is always depicted as a fucking satyr. Literally always. Like, always the fuzzy legs and the hooves, and the love of drink, and all that sort of like, you know, party animal kind of stuff, which, respect. But like, that counts, technically. So like, and clearly like some shape-shifting shenanigans of other people and presumably oneself, since he can become invisible, like, that's a whole thing. I don't know, like, Hobgoblin instead of like regular goblin seemed more reasonable. Like, I know we've got like Barry the Bugbear, and I don't think we have a lot of other prominent bugbears. Oh shit! Hey, thanks for the follow, Master Chief. Oh man, it's been ages since no, that's a good one. Yeah, like, and hobgoblins have this basis in like an almost like spiritual end of things, like household spirits and that sort of business, while also being a sort of like they're like a weird combination of Fey entity, goblin, and like hearth spirit, which is a really cool combo for me, and I especially appreciate it. yeah, like I don't know of any other like hobgoblins. I haven't seen any other hobgoblins. And I'd love to find them. I should probably take more time to look for them. I'm not gonna do that, especially not right now, because if I do that, you'll just get this virus, which would be fucking awful. And also, gross. But like, yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm not afraid to just be like a pointy-eared, green skin entity, but like, I keep the glowy eyes, and I keep. Oh yeah, fuck, I forgot. Sorry, again, it's been a bajillion years since I have, like, read or, I think, watched any of Spiderwick. Fuck. But yeah, like... I forgot that's a thing that... Oh my god. Good lord. I also love that, like... certain goblin and hobgoblin depictions aren't afraid to get like a little weird and a little gross. Yeah, like fuck. The other thing is like Hogsqueal, for an example, is actually a great example of this, of like how hobgoblins sort of get folded into gnomes, like the properly fey gnomes, which I also think is kind of funny, of like some depictions of hobgoblins are like almost like small human sized, and some of them are like a foot tall. What kind of hobgoblin are you gonna deal with? You don't get to fucking know until you find out. You gotta fuck around first. But yeah, oh god. Oh yeah. Two of the sets of books that let you know there's you're probably wired differently. Just gonna say that. I love that I grew up before Dragonology became a big thing. Or at least it wasn't a big thing in my area. But what I had instead was a bunch of books about like ancient civilizations. Like the big picture books of ancient civilizations. I had a million of those. Not a million. I had like 8 of them. And then also, here's a fun trivia fact about me. Despite the fact that my like preferred genre for like fictional shit is like fantasy, which is why, you know, I'm not wearing like space armor or anything like that in my VTuber model. I had pretty much the entirety of the Star Wars Extended Universe novels. I had like all of them at one point as a kid. Because parts of my family were like, oh, you like books? What kind of books do you like? And I'd been given like one of them. And I was like, because it was Shadows of the Empire, which has a Nintendo 64 game based on it. Hey, Jay Keller, welcome back. So I had Shadows of the Empire, which is also a really cool Nintendo 64 game. And if you ever get the chance to play it, at this point, it's probably not worth it, but like it was good at the time. But like, God, one of my favorite parts about that were like they covered a bunch of different really cool stuff in that book and in that game, and they were consistent both ways. And I was like, man, this is a cool book and this is a cool game. I love that these things are put together like this. And that set the tone for me to be disappointed by every other reimagining of a video game as a movie, and every other reimagining of like books as movies. Pretty much outside of Lord of the Rings. But as a side effect, some of my family were like, oh, you're reading a Star Wars novel. We'll find, surely there's just a couple of those. Yeah, I know, like, that was just a fucking travesty of justice. God damn it. Yeah. And like, here's the thing, I've never read Aragon. Ever. I never read Aragon, I never read Redwall. None of the things that people expect you to read. Like, I didn't even read through Harry Potter until like after I was like a whole ass adult. And then I was like, yep, that's a book series. Okay. It's a fine book series, but like, yeah, no. I'm gonna be honest. It's a fine book. You're not missing out on much. I know there's a lot of like, there's been the whole cultural milieu about it, like this whole thing, and then there's like people who are being like, it was always garbage, and it was always, but like, no, it's like, it's an okay book series, and it's just like, it happens to be written by someone who's kind of a bigoted piece of shit. Which I also like. Here's the thing. I got a degree in literature and writing. That's my entire degree. Like, my entire degree is the study of literature and language. I didn't have a broad experience with literature before I got my degree. I got into it because I wanted to write, and more importantly, I wanted to edit. Because I love tinkering with stories. The narrative concept is just like something that I look at like a machine, because I played way too much D&D from like the age of 11 onward. And so I didn't really care about like writing my own novel. And I didn't care about like becoming some great fucking poet. Who gives a shit? I'm not gonna be. And I also don't care to be. That's not a thing. But I want to like find other people's stuff and like hot rod it. That's what I want to do. That was my goal, which was bizarre. I know. But like, that was my goal. I'd read a bunch of the Star Wars books, and I was like, they're a little formulaic. They all kind of have the same patterns and stuff, and they all do like, but a lot of them have like really weird and interesting things that do a lot for like world building. And so like my pipeline to being a fucking D&D nerd was Star Wars books for some fucking reason. I guess. And also having a bunch of like ancient civilization fucking books. Because if you were a kid in the age range where I was a kid, you'd get those. And then later on there was like Dragonology and like all that other stuff. But yeah, like there aren't... Anyway, to get all the way back. I love being a goblin, but I don't want to be like... I wanted to be a bitch and multi-class as goblin into goblin and also other thing. And I have this like weird sort of like academic fascination with like folkloric mythology and that sort of thing. I love weird occult shit. I love fae shit. I love like magic stuff. I don't necessarily believe in any of it, but like I think it's cool as hell. And like these beliefs stem from somewhere, and it stems from the human need to like understand the world around you or make sense of it in some way, which I think is neat. And also like that kind of like drove me into like the literature direction instead of like editing. But like the main thing of like being a VTuber, being a hobgoblin, was just like, I want to be a goblin, but, and this is not to knock other goblins, but I don't want to like just be a goblin because like goblins are cool, but like I don't fully identify as like a goblin. I've always been weird, and I've always been like hard to understand, and people have thought that I had like some sort of like, plenty of people thought that like I've been able to like, they've misread me all the time of like, oh man, you know, that's not true at all. Many goblins are very high level. Also, hello Leechington, welcome on in. Pardon the raspy voice and all that nonsense. I'm still sick. It's in the title. You know what it is. But yeah, like I wanted to be a fae entity. Right? That shit is great. It is wonderful to see you. But yeah, I mean, what brought me to having this face as a VTuber was like, I don't want my face out, and I want to be open to like being honest about that like weird aspect of myself. So I will be the green-skinned, pointy-eared entity, but I'll also have like, you know, the hellishly glowing eyes, and like that sort of nonsense. You know, I like it. It's fun. It's been good shit. I'm at like the 3.5 hour mark. I need more coffee and I need more water. And I think I need to check and see if I have any lozenges that aren't expired. I probably don't, but I think I'm gonna do that. But yeah, like, Leech and I have, you know, the weirdness about us, and so we are both, you know, Fey entities. As our VTuber personae. I mean, we're just actually Fey entities, you know how it is. But like, I'm letting that kayfabe down. It's just, I don't know. God. I have been chatting with you motherfuckers for like 3.5 hours. This has been lovely, by the way. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out with me. Fuck. I feel bad because it's been like 3.5 hours and I've been like talking and listening nonstop, but I really do need to take a short break and use the bathroom and refill my like coffee and water. So I am gonna set you to the. Also, I know I got to show Jkella these, but I haven't shown anyone else these. I have new. So Freya Amari, who's in my credits section, has new stuff. Has new fucking overlays and backgrounds and stuff, and I have those set up for winter because it just seemed appropriate and seasonal. But like, check this shit out. Just check out this nice little like glass pane with like a nighttime forest thing in the background. It's so pretty, and it was like $5 because she is the best. But yeah, you can get this for like $5 because it's so fucking good. But like, I'm gonna go before I go to BRB. I'm also gonna show. I just did a color tone change for my gaming screen, but like it's already like way more legible, and that background is also something that is free from her stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna put the thing in the chat again. Sorry, Jkella, but you're gonna have to see this twice. I know it's in my about page, but like, go here, check out her portfolio. They're really nice. OBS is, so I have like this, the normal set for like the gaming pattern here is like, let me make myself normal size for this. Normally all of this stuff is like golden and red and that sort of thing, and it has that like ribbony business going on. I literally just did color change on OBS. I'm a lazy bitch, I don't care. But like the other thing, the really cool thing, is over here. This is my welcome screen and also my be right back screen, but it's just this like snowy with the woods in the background, which is equal parts cozy and haunting, which I thought was perfect for who I am as a person. Now, I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna turn up the volume on the background music and let that just run while I go refill my coffee and my water and see if my lozenges are expired or not, because they probably are, and all that sort of nonsense. So yeah, back in a little bit. There we go. Somehow I found lozenges that, I mean, they expired in August of this year. That doesn't really mean much. It just means that they are, less effective. So I have one of those in my mouth right now, which is gonna make my coffee taste weird, but I don't care. Oh god, excuse me. That was, not a good choice on my part. But yeah, oh my god. Thank you, J-Cal. But yeah, so yeah, winter holidays are weird. Just get back into, like, talking, because, why let my throat rest for even a second? But, like, Christmas is definitely like a Christian holiday. I am not super Christian and don't normally practice it, except when my family requires it of me because they want to do, like, a family gathering for Christmas, which is honestly fine. And I already talked about earlier where, like, I know I've had a few weird interactions with people who are, like, very Christian and trying to pretend to be, like, cool Christians, but they're very much, like, Christmas is very much a Christian holiday for them, so I was sitting in on their holiday and it was very awkward because I am not Christian, and I'm only so good at pretending to be.
Hey, at least you're married to someone who knows all.
Yeah, I am married to someone who knows all the songs. However, I don't know any of the songs, and more importantly, just like my ability to pretend to be a man, it's not fun
No.
to pretend to be Christian. It's very awkward.
You know what? I'm on the same wavelength there because as someone who got raised in church,
Yeah.
and then the moment I could possibly leave, I did. And since I was 15, I have not entered a church unless I was getting paid.
Also true. Wait. What's weird on your end, Red? Should I call you a robot? But yeah, what makes it weird for you? I'm so sorry if you can hear me clicking this fucking hard candy around in my mouth. It's not really candy, it is a lozenge. It's a Ricola lozenge. And it is making things so fucking much better. But yeah, like, I'm used to having to pretend to be Christian when I'm not. But like, Christmas is usually kind of weird because it's a weird holiday at the end of the day. Like the actual spirit of it, not the like spend a bunch of money on shit you don't need that and the people you love don't need to give them things that they don't need. Like that whole thing is weird. Like I'd like to give people practical gifts anyway, but like there's a lot of things that make it weird. And I would love to know what makes it weird for you if you're okay sharing, Rowan. And until such time as typing is completed, I'm going to continue enjoying this lozenge and also drinking this coffee, which will be an extremely unfortunate taste sensation in my mouth. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I am perennially fucking broke. Like, none of the jobs I have ever worked or work right now pay me fucking shit. And so, like, because I don't have a lot of, like, biological family that I, like, there's my brother and my uncle. I have one uncle of several living. My father in a very shaky way. But yeah, like, I'm very sorry. Having like a keystone element of your family dynamic like taken apart like that, it's oh, so there's also the like sort of yeah, that's familiar. The weird sense of like producing an item to gain favor or to like manufacture a debt of like, I did this nice thing for you so you owe me kind of thing. Or also like, what is your motivation for giving me this thing?
Or yeah, I was gonna say social blackmail. Because that's usually how Christmas gets filled.
Yeah, it's really awkward. But yeah. There's several ways that can go. And like, none of them are great, and I'm very sorry. For myself, one of my main issues nowadays is just like, you know, even if you're making something so when materials cost money, I already said that earlier in the stream. I'm literally just repeating myself. I'm sorry. But like, there's everything costs money, and being someone who is perennially broke as fuck, like having to choose who you spend money on and who you make things for with the stuff that you already have available is a weird thing when like people assign certain weights to how those actions go. Yeah? It's kind of fucked up that people will assign a certain weight to that and not be like, oh hey, we're exchanging gifts. We are doing good things for one another. We are gathering together in the dark of winter and saying, yes, we are family and we care about each other, and everyone is, in the Northern Hemisphere, cold and miserable on this December. But we are together. And then there are people who will look at that, and yes, that is the stated reason, but like, I'm going to make sure that the thing I get you is nicer than the thing you get me. Or, I'm going to get you something when you weren't going to get me something, so that I can lord it over you at a future date and get something out of you later. Which is really fucked up, and a thing that, in my mom's side of the family, I had to deal with quite a bit. They were all about, like, you owe me. You owe me for blank. Or like, I owe them for blank, I can't get out of this. Which, yeah. I hope in the near future, Robot Red, that you are able to, yeah. And I think I will say this, because I can, unlike my family, most healthy family dynamics are more okay with just the, like, getting together and doing stuff. My, like, chosen family, and also / my, like, quasi-adoptive family, which that's its own can of worms. Okay. What, if I must name you, what do you prefer? I've been using red as it is. Okay. In the spacing of your name, Robot Red, Robot appears to be the title. But if red is the descriptor, then yes, Robot. I have to blow my nose again. Oh good, I remember to unmute myself before I started talking again. Yeah, okay. Robot. I apologize. Not only for crunching up the remainder of that lozenge. I mean, there are plenty of people with lore who don't stream, but are hoping to in the future, or just want to be part of, like, the RP process. And I don't think that's wrong. Like, I know some people think it's cringy, but I'm not one of those people. It's just, like, a thing that people do on the internet. I'm not opposed to that. Yeah, like Booby, or like Hime, were two big names who, like, yeah, Robot, okay, yeah. Robot, subset, model red. Yeah, okay. I apologize in advance. I refer to many devices as Robot. I'll do my best to keep that clear in the future, because I refer to my computer as Robot. I refer to my phone as Robot. This could get a little bit silly sometimes, but thank you. But yeah, Booby exists in abstract. like for lore purposes. And I think that's more important, that like there is an entity that like you can't just fake that account anymore. You can't fake that presence anymore, because it is claimed. And I think that is as much a tactical IP protection as it is an artistic decision. And I don't think that's wrong. I just think it's weird and interesting and fun. But also, it's a great joke to say that Booby never fucking streams, because he never fucking streams, just like he may. Anyway. But yeah, and again, there's a lot of reasons why people don't stream in certain ways, but like, so there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things about like streaming that I don't totally get. I don't get how networking works, or how like good etiquette for marketing and PR for like self-advertisement works. And I don't get why I should do like 50 million things when like most of the people who are the biggest names here don't do those things. Certainly don't do those things themselves. And like, why would I angle myself to become some sort of like content machine when I'm a person? All of that to say, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here at all. But I do know, that there are some things that just kind of aren't worth doing until you hit a certain threshold. At least in terms of like numbers, population, people showing up here, that sort of thing. And I don't like talking about that. Not only because like, listen, in terms of like name size, I'm a nobody. I'm fine with that. I'm very comfortable with that. I'm not gonna shoot to make myself make number go up. Literally ever, probably. Unless this becomes a thing that is actually like... Yeah, unless it's something that will actually like... It's something that I could do as a profession. I could see myself doing this for a living. Like, I would love to do this as a living. I don't see that realistically becoming something. Yeah, and like, every environment is bad right now. Every environment for marketing is bad right now. I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to like people who have like lore, and that's the tangent from ADHD, I'm thinking, okay, yeah, there's plenty of people who don't stream but have lore because they intend to stream later, and also they're interacting and making like a network of people that they can RP with and stream with. I am in no way surprised about that, Jay Kella. I usually stream pretty regularly, and you're usually hanging out, and I appreciate you. Like, you've definitely been here enough to get like 10k after what you've spent on like redeems and shit. That's not a surprise at all. But like, a lot of people are trying to build up numbers before they start streaming. And listen, I could stream 5 days a week or 7 days a week. I also am not surprised by that. I don't know if the maximum amount of points that someone could have is right now for how much I've streamed, but it's probably decently high. My main thing is like, a lot of people do that and they want to build up the numbers before they start streaming. And I don't know if that's wrong, but it's never something that I could do. I just couldn't. I would never want to, like, I'm already not a super social person. Like, I think this is the most I've talked with y'all, or like talked at all in like a month, easily. I don't know that I talk this much when I run D&D. But yeah, well, there's plenty of people who like they have lore, but they haven't streamed yet, or they haven't like opened up their stuff. And like I could stream 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, and I would feel like ass, and I would be sick of this thing probably. But I'm gonna do this on the pace that feels good, which is like 3 days a week, where I'm not destroying my body for it. Like I'm probably gonna be back tomorrow, unless I like wake up tomorrow and like all of the talking that I've done today has just like annihilated my throat. But like that's its own. We'll find out. I'll find out tomorrow morning. Nah. If you want to stream, if you want to stream, and by that I mean if you want to like talk or play a video game and have it recorded temporarily in a space on the internet where your friends can go and see it. And you can poke them and be like, hey, do you want to see something stupid that I did? Check this out. Check out this terrible decision I made. If you want to do that, then absolutely, you should stream today. You should stream tomorrow. You should find a day that actually works for you and you should stream. And it doesn't have to be every day. I don't think that's reasonable. There are many people who stream like 4, 5, 6 days a week. Listen, I mean, a lot of the times, like, just chatting is a weird, like, with it past a certain size, I don't think I'd ever be able to do this if there were, like, if fucking Aethel fucking dropped a raid on me right now. God, yes. Like, exactly, like, a fucking LP would be good, especially with, like, that crew from the server. Because you have, like, a bunch of people who are willing to say terrible shit, which will definitely get you clicks. But also, more importantly, it's a way to archive the fact that you had a good time. And I know that sounds, like, weirdly hokey, but, like, it's worth doing. If you want to, like... If you are a fan of the idea of archiving some aspect of an activity that you enjoy, then yeah, stream it. Fucking do it. Do it on your terms. Do it the way you want to do it. I'm doing this. I, for some fucking reason, have already gotten a payout from you motherfuckers subscribing and giving me bits and shit. Thank you so much, by the way. I don't know why. I had barely made it to, like, 60 followers when y'all had gotten me enough, like, shit. You should set it up so that it saves the VODs. Like, you don't have to, but, like, you can set it up on Twitch. And, like, make that be a thing, so, like, for 2 weeks you can be like, hey, do you want to see something stupid I did? Or did you want to see something cool that I did? Which is also... God damn it, Zen! Listen here, you little shit. Yes. That is also fair. Like, similarly to how I didn't stream on Tuesday, because, like, I felt like ass and I didn't want to subject people to that. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. Oh, yeah. That's understandable. I didn't save most of my early streams to my PC. I didn't stream my first stuff. I didn't stream anything pre-VTubing. Because I didn't have my face on there and I didn't have anything else on there. It was just like, I think I have one highlight from my Breath of the Wild play, which had no other thing for me. And part of that was just because of the way that it was set up. I think that was the last thing I actually played before I started using this face. Or some flavor of this face. But yeah, like, even just having, like, a 2-week thing, or, like, being able to, like, go back on your own shit and, like, I know I did something silly, or I know I did something fun, or I know I did something, like, neat and cool, and so I'm gonna do this thing. Like, making a habit of, like, clipping your own shit, I think is totally fair. I don't know if there's etiquette about that where, like, it's considered, like, bad form or, like, something to, like, clip your own streams, but, like, most of the clips of my streams are of me. doing that, going back and like while I'm checking audio and making sure everything works and making sure like you can hear me the whole way through. Also being like, yeah, I know someone who will appreciate that. I know someone who will hear me say those words and be like, hey Grum, the fuck is wrong with you? And so a number of my streams are that. A number of my clips are that. And then Recane, of course, coming in and being like, hey, anytime you are observably being thirsty, that's happening. I'm clipping that, and you can't stop me. I mean, sure, but like... I mean, it doesn't... Here's the thing. Supika, a dear friend of mine, huge fan of Warframe, has played it for many years. Even if someone isn't actively in that thing, like, yeah, I mean, it's like I don't stream here to like, I don't stream here to get famous. I don't stream here. I don't even stream. I know I have like a taxable relationship with Twitch now, and that's its own weird thing that I don't understand how that's even possible. Never mind the fact that I've received money from it already once. And that's gone back into like buying like, you know, like spending a little bit of money here and there on like overlay stuff and like on like replacing cables that were fucked up and that sort of thing. You know, stream maintenance. There's also the fact that like I use this to like keep an archive of the fact that like, yes, that game you said I should play, I did actually play it, even if I don't remember playing it. And hey, Warframe being your comfort game is totally reasonable, and I don't think it would be bad to like show that off. I also think you could probably go to like, because I know you can go back to a number of things. Like if you want to go back to a number of things and be like, hey, if you see something, like check community forums and that sort of thing when you have enough spoons to do so. And like if there's something that you did well, like any of the mastery rank stuff, like any of those sort of like tests or those sorts of things where you know that you like whooped that thing's ass and someone is like, I'm so stuck on that, does anyone know how to do that? You could probably go back, retake those tests and like be like, okay, so here's how I made this happen. And that would also be like a thing that you could make into like a YouTube video or something. But like, you don't gotta, like, you just do your fucking thing. I don't know, like, if this is a thing you want to do, and you have a machine that can physically let you do that, by all means do it. But if you're not feeling like, here's the thing. This is something I do because it makes me happy. This is something I do for me. I know there are some people who are like, oh yeah, it's really nice to have like this as like background noise or as entertainment and that sort of thing. It's nice to hear. I just went southern for a second. It's nice to hear like my friend's voice while I'm doing other responsible shit. And also, if you're doing responsible shit right now, this is me talking on the recording. If you're doing responsible shit, now's a great time to check the clock. And if it's between the hours of midnight and 5 a.m., go the fuck to sleep. This will still be here, I promise. Go to bed. It's okay. I'll be here when you get back, okay? But yeah, like, if you're not feeling okay, if you feel like, if you are in a space of crisis, if you're in a space of difficulty, that's reasonable. Well, here's the thing. This is gonna be weird. I don't think that's a bad question. And like, in my experience, the only way to know is by doing it. I gotta get into the weird stuff real quick. When I streamed on a certain... Oh, hang on. Let me just, There we go. Cool. Excuse me. One of my things was that, like, hey, happens. Fuck, where was I? Like, there's some streams I enjoy watching. But like, I usually have stuff in the back. It's usually a background while I'm like cooking or cleaning up stuff or like doing workout. Or like playing my own fucking video game. Like, I don't think you should force yourself to continue doing a thing if you don't like doing it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with like trying it and seeing if you like it. Like, one of my main things, I think one of the key things was, I've technically been doing this since like 2019. I've technically been streaming since 2019. I've been doing the VTubing thing since like either late 2020 or early 2021. I don't remember. I straight up don't fucking remember because it's been so long ago. But like, even before then, when I was streaming on the weird site, I was streaming on a certain other site, and I was doing that because I was a fucking show off. And I wanted to feel good about myself. Because I didn't. And on the one hand, that kind of like had a thing work out for me. But on the other hand, yeah, I mean, yeah, like, hardware limitations being what they are, I totally, yeah. When I started streaming, I've always been streaming on a hardline connection. But when I first started streaming, I was streaming RLCraft. I was doing some fucking Minecraft just to like do the test of those mods, and like I was basically like tweaking that mod pack so that it would be tolerable to my group of friends who play Minecraft. But when I streamed it, there were always weird fucking things going on because that RLCraft is a fucking buggy mess. It's not bad, but it's buggy as fuck, and it gets really repetitive really fast. And I was like, I don't really enjoy that. And one of the things that eventually spurred me to get a better like machine when I had the ability to do so was like, I kept trying to play Minecraft with my friends, and I kept having like stuttery 5 FPS problems. And I was like, it's fucking Minecraft. It shouldn't be this hard to play Minecraft. It's the most bare bones basic motherfucking game. It's been around since like, what, 2010? Like, what the fuck? I have a computer that has like a bunch of RAM and a decent processor, and it just isn't new enough to do the thing. So like, I got money and I made that happen. But not everyone can do that because we all broke. I ain't gonna blame you on that. And listen, Jake Hella, sometimes your connection fucks you, and sometimes your machine fucks you, and sometimes they double team you, but your streams are still pretty good. I'm a level with you. Like, I get understanding your limitations and being frustrated with them, but like, I've been liking your Graveyard Keeper streams, and I think I haven't been able to catch up on everything because I'm me and I'm bad at like going back to archives, but like, and if I run out and I don't get to see all of those, so be it. Like, there will be other cool things that you stream. I already know that. And yeah, sometimes there will be a moment where like the thing blips up and we see the not like this face, and then like there will be a second section of the stream, and that'll be a thing that happens, and it's annoying, and I get it, but like, I'm there to watch you. I'm gonna click the next fucking video. If you're in 5 sections, I'm gonna click 5 sections. That's just how I'm gonna do it. And I'm not gonna be a little, like, fucking dipshit about it. You know? Like... And, like, I don't think... The more I look at it, the more I'm like, I can't get back into Magic the Gathering. I can't get back into card games. But, like... Seeing what you do with, like, those games is still fun. Like, I still remember enjoying those games, even if, like, my brain is like, if I try to cram the rules for a trading card game in my head right now, I will probably hemorrhage something. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm gonna be honest with myself. Like, I have had, like, maybe 2 brain cells on average for the last, like, 6 months. And I would love to have more so that I can learn card game and I can do D&D and I can do all these, but, like, I can't. And I would love those things. I would love to get into Animal Crossing. I would love to be someone who can enjoy playing Dead by Daylight. I will have to suffice with watching Dead by Daylight from Bearded and like Leechington. And like, I'm fine with that. Those are not games that I think I would ever be able to like play and enjoy. I mean, I played Animal Crossing, but it got to a point where I just couldn't play any more Animal Crossing because, like, that was the only thing I was doing, and it was the only thing I was doing with other folks. Yeah! Yes, I fucking like your streams, Jay. Like, I want to be clear, like, you're working with what you got. You don't need to have, like, 1080p, like, perfect FPS, all that, but you don't need, like, a super fancy... You don't need all that... like... You're a chill dude. And it's nice sometimes to just have you on as a chill time and like... Whether I'm, like, watching it on main screen or watching it on side screen, like, that's not a big difference because, like, I'm still gonna be... I know I'm gonna be, like, pausing and going back and, like, looking at stuff, but, like, that's part of the fun of streaming is, like, you have an archive point. And, like, it's one of those things where, like, I do this for me so that I can have, like, some archive to remember, oh yeah, I played that game once. At some point, I played that game. I won't remember it, but I'll watch the video and be like, I sure did play that game. And that's helpful for me as someone who has a fucking, like, goldfish memory sometimes. Fucking... But, like, the worst thing... So, Robot, I would definitely say, try streaming. Go into streaming with the understanding that if you don't like it, you can just fucking stop. Like, OBS is free. OBS is free and kind of a mess, but, like, it's not going to nuke your entire machine. Other things will do that, but, like, OBS isn't one of those things. Of all the things that have destroyed my hard drives, OBS was never one of them. But, like, the worst that can happen is you try it, and you just kind of get fed up with it. Like, I've been doing this... I mean, yeah, like, my old machine definitely nuked itself several times during streams. I am actually kind of grateful that I don't have any of those streams archived and there's no clips from them, because holy fuck. There were 4 streams, I remember vaguely, but I remember 4 streams of, like, trying to just get RLCraft to go above 12 FPS. Solely because I was using OBS at the same time. When I was not on OBS, wasn't a problem. As soon as OBS was a factor, everything went to shit. And it was so frustrating. Because I could easily get like a full like 30 to 60. And then as soon as I turned on OBS, I didn't even have to activate it or start streaming. It would be like 12. And then me just making peace with the fact that like I was going to be running on like 12 FPS to 20 FPS if I stripped down everything. And then running my stream at like, 20 FPS. That's the whole thing. But like I did streams of like RLCraft and Dark Souls 3. I think I did one of my challenge runs on Dark Souls 3 for the first time on Twitch. And I think the biggest thing was like there was one person who showed up and was like, I'm amazed that people are still streaming this. And that was the only chat I got. Oh. Well. Haha, I made you feel something. But anyway, I mean it though. But yeah, like I had a garbage PC. It could kind of stream, but like it was a garbage PC. It was great for when it was made. It was great for when it was new. It was top of the line when it was new. But it was new in 2012. The motherboard of that machine still sells for like hundreds of dollars on aftermarket, which is great. But it is also the best of like the previous generation. And anything from that generation or earlier is like not great for modern everything. And so like that's a thing. But like I ran Dark Souls 3 and got like I had like one person who was in chat who just heckled me, and that was the extent of my chat for that day. I had like tons of streams where I was like I was just doing like I was just fucking around and I wanted to have some archive of the fact that I was like doing PvP. I went to do PvP and repeatedly I would just get like discoed while on stream. It was just like the most boring shit. I was barely talking because my brain was like, well, there's no one here, why would I talk? But like that's not why I'm doing it. I'm not doing this to like socialize with people. Socializing is a great like side effect of streaming, but like I didn't go into this to like I just wanted like an archive of the things that I was doing. I wanted a way to record it that I didn't have to keep on my hard drive. That's the whole reason why I started streaming actually. It was just literally just for me to be like, yo, this is what I'm doing right now. Hey, you know that thing that we talked about? I checked it. It sucks. Here's why. I have a whole stream about it. That sort of thing, which is not the worst reason, but not the best reason to start streaming. I do this because I enjoy it, and I do it for me, and I do it because it has some utility. Yeah, like, if you're looking at this to make content and get views and like that sort of thing, no, fuck that. You are not streaming for the general public. You're streaming for your friends. You're streaming for the people that you like. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm also gonna lozenge up. One sec. Excuse me. Get that. Ooh. Yeah, no, that would be fun. That's a thing that you would enjoy doing on stream. And if someone happens to show up, you can do that. Like, in that case, if you want someone that you're guaranteed to be able to bounce ideas off of, like, grab someone who's free during that time. We have 1 million goblins. most of us are D&D nerds. I can't say that I would be open, like, schedule-wise for that, but, like, I would be down for that. Like, do something with, like, a couple of friends, and then you just have it as, like, a thing that you have essentially just recorded for archiving. I'm gonna stretch my quads. That way I can counteract the effects of sitting for this long. But yeah, like that sounds fun. Like, that sounds like something that would be fun to be a part of and also to watch. Ooh. Oh yeah, Jake Hello, what time are you streaming? Oh, hell yeah. Well, if I manage to stream tomorrow, and I manage to stream early enough tomorrow, I might, you know, drop whoever I got over here over to your place. That's the other thing, like, Robot, you already mod for people. Like, you already have, like, folks who, like, you work with who like you. You know? Like, and honestly, like, it's not a matter of, like, here's the thing. If you stream, that's not a commitment that you're always going to stream. It's not. Like, we can pretend it is, but, like, until this makes enough money for it to be my full-time job, it's not a job commitment. I have not made oaths about it. I've told y'all that I plan to stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, except when I can't do that. And there will be some bonus streams here and there. Like, if you do, like, one stream a week, you find a day where you're not modding for anyone, you're not doing all the responsibility stuff, and you want to, like, try this out and you have the energy for it, or you can, like, reserve the energy for it, then, like, absolutely fucking do it. Like, wrangle some folks and, like, let's fucking go, you know? Like, do it. If only to try it out and see if you enjoy it, and see if that is a form or a medium through which you're enjoying, like, yeah, world building, or just, like, shooting the shit with your friends while you figure shit out. Like, that's all fine and good. Like, I know that this is a monetary platform, but, like, not everything has to be about fucking, like, trying to monetize all the things that you enjoy. This is just a matter of, like, this is a space that you can, like, do stuff and share it with people through the power of the internet. But, like, you know, it's good stuff. I don't know. Yeah, like, find the shit that works for you. Do the shit that works for you. And, like, if you do this and you're like, man, I don't see what streaming is really adding to the... That's the other thing. If you do this and you grab a couple friends who can do world building, and you find a day to do world building, and you do your world building, and, like, at the end of the day you finish the stream and you're like, nothing that the audience said was in any way useful. They were just people being assholes the whole time. Or, like, which is unlikely, but, like, or it's just like, we didn't get anyone here. And that was, like, dejecting. Like, I feel worse. Right? Like, You think I put on this goblin face to like make money? No, fuck that. I want to be a goblin on the internet. All right. Ugh. But like, I'm here to have fun before I die. That's just how it is. Like, and if you do this and you're like, yeah, streaming this was just kind of like this thing that would be fun, but with extra annoying steps. If you find that it feels like that, or if you're like, yeah, nah, this was kind of ass, I don't like it. Excuse me. I mean, hey. Before you put that energy in, it's okay to stream without it. Like, that's allowed. Because here's the thing. I wasn't motivated to put my face on here. It wasn't until I had a couple of people who were here and were like, hey, I'm listening to you talking as you play, and I know you have a smile on your face. And I was like, yeah. And then in my head, I was like, and it'd be really nice to show that. So that you don't just have my voice to go off of. But I don't want to show my real face. And that's how I became a VTuber. But like, I started without that. I was like, fuck it. I don't need a face to stream. Like, who cares about what I'm looking at or what I'm looking like or my facial expression? No one cares. No one needs to care. I don't care. I don't care what my face is doing because half the time I'm not going to be like on screen, right? Like if you don't have an avatar, that's fine. Like, you're not required to do that in order to like set up stuff. Do this thing and feel out whether or not the process is worth investing that energy in. Like, that's the thing that's weird for me is like a bunch of people will go out, they'll have never streamed before. They've never streamed before. And then they will spend like, what? Anywhere from like 10, 50, 100, $500 on like a PNG or a whole ass model. Either 2D, 3D, V-Ray, it doesn't fucking matter. They'll spend real life money setting up this character for themselves, having never streamed, not even knowing if this like method of like I'm gonna be honest, performance / expression is like something they're into or something that they enjoy. Like, why? Robot, you can... Okay. Until it's hammered out, stream without it. You don't need that. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't need this face. I made this face. I built this face out of, like, prefab stuff. I made it fancy for, like, $10. Like, I have... Yeah, like, you stream for a year. You have no backstory. This is totally fine. You have a character, sure, but, like, it's just there. This is just a face. It's just a face. I don't need this face. Like I don't think I would be as approachable. But like when I started streaming, yeah, like I already knew that I liked streaming. I liked broadcast stuff. I've done theater shit. I've done that. I like doing a performance. I enjoy it, but I'm perfectly happy doing that to an audience of one who is me. I don't like, I have this character. It's cool. It's fun. I like it. I don't need it to do this. If I put on a different face, I'd probably be fine. I wouldn't enjoy it as much, though, is the thing. And if you're worried that you won't enjoy it as much with or without this, I understand that. But, like, if you feel like, if this is some sort of, like, task block, where, like, you're not allowed to stream until you have an image of yourself, then, like, I'm gonna tell you right now, that is just a thing that your brain is doing. You don't gotta. Like, I am giving you permission. I don't have the authority to, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm giving you permission to just, like, skip the part where you have any sort of avatar. Because I'm gonna be honest, I did this without an avatar for a good while. Because that wasn't the reason I was doing it. Like, and honestly, like, if it's a thing where you, like, where you want like audience interaction, where you want people to, like, hang out and do stuff, an avatar is fine, but, like, it's not required. Tons of people went a long ass time, even with D&D, without using any faces or any portraits or that sort of thing. Like, we're all broke. Everyone will get it. So if you want that fully fleshed concept, if you want, how do I put this? If you want the whole mask, that's fine. But you don't need a mask. Like, you don't need it at all. I like this because it lets me show off when I'm laughing or when I have, like, a smarmy fucking look on my face, that sort of thing. I like having that option, but I only felt that it was worth having that once I was already kind of comfortable doing this, and once I was already, like, okay with it.
You're also a fucking theater kid.
I am, whether I like it or not.
And when you have some control over the situation, you love being the center of attention. Kinda like me.
I actually don't.
Under control.
Maybe. Maybe. But, like,
Which basically means we can turn it off when we want to.
That's another reason why, like, I'm using this instead of my actual face, and why I'm never going to use my actual face.
Kaboom.
I have no interest in putting my real life face. I know! The software to make this work this way is $10. It's $10. It's $10 to make fancy face. And, like, it's very expressive, and it's very nice, and also, like, just from like, a lot of the decisions I've made here are, like, the tongue ring, the, like, green coloring of the mouth, the dark green lipstick thing going on here, all of that, like, that is entirely just so that I can have, like, so you can actually see what my face is doing, and so it's not just, like, a vague green blur here. Like, I actually added the scars from the Halloween stuff, from the human model, because I was like, you know, it would be good to have some, like, actual, like, differentiating texture here. I would like that. I already have the asymmetrical, like, piercings, which are nice. I enjoy those, but, like, I want some different stuff. And, like, I've been refining it since then, but my initial concept was just get this character, put them in some armor. Like, I had a regular Vroid with regular Vroid expression options, and I worked with it from there, and I was happy with that. I was fine with that. But, like, I was lucky enough that this person over here was like, I kind of want a new phone. Would you like this phone? For purposes. Hence why I have an iPhone that has proper AR tracking stuff in it. The face mocap stuff. Which is literally the only reason why I was able to get my hands on an iPhone that has good face tracking software stuff. Hence why I have this. And like, yes, it was $10 for the software to make Fancy Face, but it's like an iPhone to make face work. And that wouldn't be possible were there not like, if I didn't have someone else like backing me up. I would never have been able to justify spending enough money on an iPhone with face tracking. Not in a million years. It doesn't matter what job I would have. It doesn't matter what work I would have. I don't care if I was making like $70K a year. I'd be like, no, that's excessive. That's ridiculous. I'm not doing that.
Tell me it was my idea.
Oh yeah, it was also her idea because I was like, hey, I would need an iPhone to do that. It's not really worth it to bother trying. And then she was like, I'm due for an upgrade. I could just do that. And give you this phone. Because we have an upgrade ready, and we have the credit on there, so it wouldn't be a big deal. Like, just get a new phone, and you could just have this one to use for that purpose. And I was like, yes, no, yeah, that'd be good. That'd be cool. I'm down with that. Fuck yeah.
Remember you squeaking? It was the cutest fucking thing.
Yeah. And that's why I have a very expressive face. But like even without the fancy iPhone tracking, like
Yeah,
the
it's
regular
not
Vroid like is actually still pretty good for making faces. You have to like there's some buttons if you want to do like keys for like special expressions, which is just like Live 2Ds. But like it's good. It's quality. Weirdly, I feel like this is a tangent. One, models are not required. Quality of model is not super important. So long as you are okay with what you are buying or what time or energy you're putting into it, as long as you're okay with where you are right now, that's the important thing. When it comes to like determining what you're using. But the other thing is, I don't think I could ever justify for myself like buying a whole ass iPhone just to do this thing. Like when I was first looking at this, I looked at like prices for like 2D models for like Live 2D for VTube Studio. I was gonna do it, and it was like, yeah, that's gonna be like, if you want this and if you want like any set of expressions, it's gonna be like $200. And I was like, that's $200 that I could spend on this thing, or I could have that $200 and like use it for like practical stuff. I could continue to comfortably like pay my bills and like that sort of thing. And I could spend that money, or I could keep that money because I don't have a job yet, and like, I would like to have enough money to survive until I get a job. Which that was in 2019, and I still am freelance, which is like half a step outside of unemployed. So you see how well this is going for me in terms of long-term planning. But that's neither here nor there. No, that person over there who's in the background, who's not on camera at all. Therefore, why am I bothering to make that motion? That person is the person who is basically subsidizing my ability to live. And I'm not going to pretend that's not a thing right now. This person is wonderful. And has my back while I do silly shit and try to find an actual, like, real, non-scammy fucking paycheck job. And is also cool with me maybe holding off on that while there's still an active fucking pandemic where, like, if I catch that virus, it could cause, like, really serious complications for me because of, like, the special damage in my body.
And is willing to confirm so on recording in public.
Yeah. Sometimes relationships are more important to have trust and like each other's, and, have each other's backs. But also, yeah, like, that's a whole thing. And, like, I'm here and able to exist because, my spouse is awesome. Long story short. I'm a house spouse, and I am, frankly, even if it's only temporary, the fact that I have the opportunity to, how do I put this? The fact that I can take some shit off of this person's plate and just let them do their thing at their like optimum efficiency is like, it's fucking magical. The fact that like this person has said, hey, until you take care of this business, until you have business of your own to take care of, like, you keep me on point and I will make sure I have your back, is fucking astounding. To be able to have that is a godsend. Like, honestly, like I am so fucking blessed.
Oh, clever.
It's just being honest. But yeah, like one of the big things is just like 90% of this 90% of this is just like my ability to do this at this level, which is I'm gonna be honest. This is,
I think it's pretty fucking cool too.
yeah, no, like the fact that I get to do this and make more than $0 off of it at any point is cool as fuck. Even if I'm not making a living off of it, just the fact that there's some like extra change in my pocket every couple of months is nice. And I would love to live in a universe where this is a thing I do to make any kind of living. But like I don't assume that's going to be a thing. One of these days, the pandemic will be over enough that I can actually go and get a job. I will get a job, and this will be a thing that I still do, but in like slightly adjusted hours. Because here's the thing, I love doing this too much. This makes me genuinely happy, and not in like a weird ADHD hyperfixation of like, oh no, the dopamine. No. Like this is something where like, I just like the tech. I didn't start liking this tech. I didn't start giving a fuck about this tech. I don't think if I started thinking that I had to have a VTuber model and I couldn't do this until I had something to show, a face or a figure or an avatar of some kind, if I thought that I had to have that before I started doing this, I probably never would have done it. I'm gonna be honest. Like, if I thought that I had to do that, it wouldn't be a thing. If Spouse Larkin had never offered this fancy piece of machinery that is in front of me and capturing my face, I would still be perfectly content with like a regular, like a standard Vroid, because standard Vroid is actually pretty solid. Like Vroid is weirdly robust as a tool set for like building models. It's like Pixiv just set that shit out for free, and I'm so glad they did. But like there are things that you can do just in terms of like texture editing and just like painting stuff in there. The layering system that you have available is like on par with most standard issue like image software. Like, come on, like it's good shit. But yeah, like, robot, do this thing, find out if it's worth putting the energy into to make an avatar. You don't need to wait on that. You can because here's the thing. Also, you would be, if you don't wait and you start doing this thing and you start liking it, then you will be intentionally engaging in using the sunk cost fallacy on yourself, which is kind of what I've been doing for the past year. Fun story. So here's the thing. I started doing this. I started liking it. And I was like, well, I like it. I should get better at it. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. I've won. All right. Fuck yes. A victory for me today. I've gotten you to explore the possibility of having a passion in something. That's all I can ask for. Because you should. You absolutely fucking should. Anytime you have an excuse to build a passion within yourself, do it. So yes, absolutely yes. Hell yes. I'll take that win. I'm not gonna take much credit for it because I'm just blabbering. But like, nah, like give it a shot. And if it sucks, then like, if it sucks, hit the bricks. You are not obligated to fucking stick with this. But if you do it and you like it, then you have a motivation to draw an avatar. Yeah? To flesh out the concept. And once you get used to doing this thing and talking and having that interaction, you'll have a better idea of what you want to look like and how you want to act on screen. Like, this is just live broadcast performance entertainment. That's all this is. That's all any stream is. And that's a specific set of skills, it's a specific set of activities. And it's not for everyone. And I'm not saying that not everyone has a skill set. It's like not everyone is going to want to build that skill set because honestly, like, this shit's weird as fuck. I don't blame you for having like a normal bone in your body and not wanting to do this. You know? I think that's a big thing is like not everyone wants to put on some fucking song and dance. And like that is kind of what I'm doing right now. That's kind of what I've done every stream ever. Even when I wasn't realizing, even when I was doing this as recordings, like I was still technically like by the strictest definition putting on a show. Like my fucking Breath of the Wild playthrough was just me playing through a game that I'd played before and that I loved playing and I just wanted an excuse to play it. And also, like I was like, yeah, I want to fuck around. I got, there was like a capture card that was on sale and I was like, you know, I've wanted to stream. I streamed RL Craft and that was fun, but like I kind of want to do that more and I want something to like kill some fucking time, you know? So I'm going to do that. There's a pandemic on. It's not like I can go hang out with people. It's not like I can go meet people. Like, what the fuck am I going to do? I'm going to stream. No, yeah, but like, and you don't have to. Listen, I'm not saying that you like are definitely going to do this now that I've said, hey, you should do it. No, that's stupid. But like, give it a shot. Do your best to give it a shot. If you get the energy, if you get the time, if you get the opportunity to like grab a time slot and make it happen, then do that. Hell yeah. And if you like that, let that be a spur to continue onward. And if you don't get that opportunity, if you don't get the time, if you're not in that space, that's okay. That's fine. Again, you're not obligated. You have made no oaths. You have made no oaths. You have no debt. There is no reason to not do this thing. But there is also no reason that you must do this thing. Yeah? Like, you're not promising me a damn thing. You're not promising yourself a damn thing. You're just saying, hey, I'll think about it. And that's okay. That's good. Like, finding things that you enjoy is, like, literally one of the points of living. I don't know if it's obvious, but in my personal life, I'm a bit of a hedonist. I like finding things that I enjoy. I'm not here for, like, wild, outlandish, like, decadent comforts. I'm here for, like, more simple creature comforts. Because you live in this society. This specific society, where debt is everything and everywhere. And, like, the debts we owe people as oaths and, like, as promises and obligations are just as crippling as the debts that we owe in terms of money. Yeah, no, this society is fucked. Like, fuck this society. Part of the reason why I am a hedonist is because I have spent enough time in, like, I'm gonna be honest, frankly, suicidal depression in my early life, and even in my, like, more contemporary life. I have hated living. Like, all of my 20s I spent regretting being alive. And, like, it wasn't until after I turned 30 that I was like, wow, why the fuck am I alive? How the fuck am I alive? And, like, started finding things that I enjoyed in life and focusing on that. Yeah, no, like you were here for all of it, and like you saw the entire like the dynamic change after I turned 30
Yeah.
was fucking enormous. Like I hated living, and I was just like doing it out of spite, pretty much. But yeah, like living in families or in social dynamics where you feel like you owe people things and you have to do things for them, uh, like fucks you up, and like it's not just like, hey, you care about this person and you should show it. It's that you are obligated to care about this person or show that you care about this person even if you don't. Um that's the part that can fuck you up. Uh the what was it? Yeah, the obligation. The unsworn duty. Uh like getting voluntold. It's just sort of the thing of like a lot of my early family life was about that sort of like getting voluntold. You're gonna do this and you're gonna pretend to be happy. You're gonna do this and you're gonna hate it. I hate it too as your parent or like person who is over you in this family. But you're gonna do it anyway, and you're gonna pretend that you like it. And if you don't, if I see you not pretending to be happy about it, I'm gonna punish you as if you weren't doing it at all. To instill in you that you should obey at all times without question. Which is not how that works. And like, I'm going to talk about the imperative of compassion. You should care about other people. Like, ideally, you should care about other people. You don't have to. You're not cosmically obligated to. But like, ideally, you should care about it. You should have other people you care about. Well, I'll say it better. You should have some people you give a shit about. Not because it's the right thing or it makes you a good person, or not having that makes you a bad person, but because having people you give a shit about, and also very key, they should also give a shit about you. That makes life more worth living. 100%. If you have someone that you give a shit about and they give a shit about you, it doesn't matter if you hate yourself. That's love right there. Hey, welcome back, Jakella. But like, if you have that, then your life is all the richer. Anytime you get to give a shit about someone who also gives a shit about you, you have made the world better for both of you and also anyone who interacts with you. That is one of the great secrets of existence. I've been a hedonist most of my life because I've been finding ways to make living worth the pain and worthwhile. All of my existence has been to try and find a reason to not hate existing. And it wasn't until like I hit my 30s and was a fully grown ass adult. Yeah, until then, did not register that life was worth living. I was pinning my existence and the point of my existence on making things bearable for other people and not allowing myself to feel that they actually cared about me. Which is kind of ironic because I am surrounded by people who love me very much and care about me a great deal. And I'm so lucky for that. But like, I didn't notice that until like I was a whole ass adult. I lived through my entire set of the 20s thinking that like this person who's right behind me didn't give a fuck about me. That they were here because I was useful and because leaving me meant accepting that something had gone wrong in their life, and that would be something that they wouldn't be able to like cope with. And so like that they were here because they felt like to leave was some sort of failure. And not because this person actually likes me and likes hanging out with me and thinks I'm fun. No, that didn't register in my head. For like years, we were in a relationship and I thought this person was putting up with me. And that's one of the other reasons why I'm like, when people say you can't love other people until you love yourself. No, fuck that. What my healthiest relationship came from loving someone else when I couldn't love myself. Actually loving a lot of people while I couldn't love myself. Loving myself is something that is recent. It's further back than the pandemic, but like it wasn't long before the pandemic that like this clicked in my head. So like it's still new and fresh to me. Enjoying life and feeling happy and like I belong somewhere, new sensation. And I'm gonna be honest, fucking game changer. But like that obligation that you feel, like if it is not coupled with a sense of like, it's not that you should, it's that it's better this way. If you feel like you should, but it's not better this way, that's probably not worth it, and you probably don't have to, and maybe you shouldn't force yourself to. If you are required because you're in a situation where you cannot leave, like, here's the deal. If you are not in a place where, like, you are able to be, like, financially or otherwise separate from your family and you're living at home, doesn't matter, adult or not. Though there's no one who's not an adult who would be here. But, like, you know, but, like, if you're in that space where you are, like, financially dependent and you have nowhere else to go, and you are stuck with this family who does not give a shit about you and is basically just using you as, like, free familial labor so that they can like survive, or they're like trying to make this work and they don't know how. Any of the dozens upon dozens of very unhealthy dynamics that contemporary families fall into, any of those, once you are out of those, you are not obligated to continue like doing that. You're not. And you're not a bad person for walking away. It's important to acknowledge that most likely, though they do love you, they're not able to express it in a healthy way that is in any way not harmful to you. And like recognize, like reconciling the fact that like those people don't like can't express that in a healthy way toward you, and like nothing you do to express toward them is going to be counted as good enough because they're going to be like weird about it. Like that whole thing, however that pans out for you, I understand that there's a billion different flavors of it, but like it's a thing, and I need you to understand, as someone who had dealt with that in their own family, like you don't gotta. I still talk to like my godmothers. I still keep in touch with them, but like I'm not gonna make a point of like contacting them every week. I don't. I know what we are like around each other. I know what our dynamic is, and I know there's nothing that's gonna fix that. They're the family my mom chose. And the reason my mom was so much less fucked up than the rest of her family is largely because of them. And I will never forget that. And I'm deeply grateful for what they did for her. But a lot of what they did to my brother and I was just emotional harassment and abuse. At the end of the day. And I don't feel the need to, like, sweep that under the rug and pretend I'm okay with those people for what they've done to me. If they need help, they have it. But otherwise, I'd like them to stay the fuck away from me. And we had that conversation at some point, after my mom died, and we're good. And that's cool. But, like, priorities, you know? Keep yourself alive. Keep yourself as emotionally stable and safe as you can. When you're able to get into a stable situation, get yourself to a stable situation. But in all cases, whenever possible, find things. Robot, I have a question to ask, and I don't know how old you are. I assume you are over the age of 18. But it sounds like you might be in that, like, early zone of, like, pre-22. Is that about right? Okay. Oh yeah, UK. Yeah, there's a different time scale for, because there's not like that, like, weird hyper individuality thing outside of the US. So like being like, that's like not a, yeah. I'd be like, oh, nice. Um, but also, I'm sorry because your family probably like feels that stigma in a very real way. If they're in the United States, but they're not. You're in the UK. Like, it's normal for families to actually like live together for an extended period of time until like you have a specific reason to move out. Um, so yeah, no, that makes sense. Um, but like, if you are still living with family, um, it is often very difficult to live with family, especially when you're a whole ass fucking adult. Um, I spent the first 2 years, like age 18 and 19, pretty much all of 18 and 19, living in the same roof that I had for my entire life, from my childhood, all the way through high school. And like the last 2 years were me taking care of my mom, who'd gotten injured and was like not doing well emotionally, and was like, I basically, my job was to keep an eye on her while one of my godmothers was at work, so that my mom didn't like overdose on her own meds and die, which was deeply traumatic, just so we're clear, deeply traumatic. But also like, she wasn't actively trying to kill herself. It was just like a thing of like, this person is kind of loopy from pain and might not be okay because part of their spine has turned into like sand. um And hey, once we got evicted from that place, I had a job of my own. I went somewhere else and survived. And she finally got a surgery and got the fuck better. Enough that she could actually like walk around again, which is great. But it was a mess. That environment was a high stress, high density version of like what, from what I can tell, most people deal with from like the ages of like 18 to like 25 or later. Like, I just don't have a big sample bias for like people past the age of 25 in the United States. Um, but like, most people have described like a slow like attrition of like, I don't know, like warmth and decency and mutuality and respect that occurs over the course of like the like the ensuing period of time from when you're like considered an adult and when you like actually move out at some point. Also, it's assumed that like children will move out of their homes here. Uh and it's considered weird if they don't, because like, oh no, what if the family is supportive and cares about that? But like it also isn't always like that, and I get that. Um I am sorry if your family situation or your home life situation is tenuous. There's not a lot I can do for you. Um I can talk about this until the cows come home. But I can only really talk from my own perspective and the perspective of people who have given me theirs. And that is like shaky at best. Okay, yeah, yeah. Um, Shit happens though, and like the last decade has been not conducive to like people building enough of a financial like foundation for themselves to like move anywhere. So I'm not super like, that's not an uncommon situation. That is like, depending on a region, minimum 20% of the population at this point. But yeah, like, yeah. I am sorry that you have not been able to acquire the independence that you may seek. And I'm sorry if your family is not willing to understand that. Because that's fucked. Most things are fucked. I need to blow my nose again. I'm gonna mute this. But yeah, most of my time, like my family got evicted from our family home at like my age 19, which was 2 years after my shit, after I graduated from high school, but like my mom was still sick. And so like we only got evicted because my godmother got injured and then had a heart attack. So like was off for a while, had a medical emergency, all of the money got sapped away. Um, the 2 years previous to that were a fucking nightmare. Just gonna be honest. Um, but like they were kind of necessary. I don't know. But like I got condensed in that all of the like attrition of like, you know, what makes a family element work in any way, shape, or form. Uh and like and there's also that like kind of god awful stigma around like not leaving in a like weird predetermined time, but predetermined by like, I don't know, like not even like statistics, just by like film and media. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like everything is going to shit right now. Like, thank you. I mean, probably. I think it was also partly because of like the enlistment age. There's a lot going into it. But in the US in particular, like the enlistment age is 18. Has been for a while. And the idea that like you should be gone now. But hey, what if you don't have a job? Well, I guess you could, you know, join the army or something. Sure would help our recruiting numbers to make sure that we constantly have people to send to other countries and commit, you know, a lot of violence for the sake of making money. It'd be cool if you'd be willing to like put yourself into that meat grinder. We had an extra reason to like get you out before you actually have like a good foothold in the world. It sure would be convenient. Um but yeah, no, like that 18 age, like it was definitely to sell people things. It was definitely like a convenient, hey, instead of like waiting until you're able to do stuff, like let's just make sure that like as soon as you're out of high school, as soon as you're out of secondary school, um, that you are on the hook to handle your own living and that you're on the hook to handle your own existence fully without any support of the people who have been your only responsibility support for your life. Even though that was definitely not a thing before like World War II at all. Um like in any way, shape, or form. Uh but yeah, no, never mind all of that. That's the context for why people think the horse shit that they do, and why they're inflicting that on you, robot, and I'm sorry. Um but yeah, like 2016 was the turning point for the United States political like environment and economic environment. But before that, in 2012, there was like a bunch of shit going on. And in 2012, I would say was like the global turning point economically for like how a lot of people were doing. I got into college in like what 2010, end of 2010, and I was 21 years old. I saved up a bunch of money. I paid off a bunch of stuff. I did all that shit, and I went to college. Um, and just seeing the difference between me, someone who'd had to live on their own and figure out shit and like put shit together and fix things and like deal with stuff, but also someone who like my family did teach me basic repair skills and like showed me the methods of like safe cooking and all that sort. So like I had a good foundation of like skill sets, even if I didn't have any money when I had to move out to like survive. I knew how to cook and clean and take care of shit. That wasn't a problem. Having that is important. So many people who move out of their homes right away don't. They have not they have not built the habits of attending to their own fucking like laundry or dishes or anything. Um yeah. It's a special thing where like family is like you should know it. I learned it on my own when they didn't learn it on their own. Um or they were like half-assedly taught it and so they know it half-assedly and then like they get angry when you don't know it because they haven't taught it to you. But yeah. Oh. I should continue J. Killis stretch reading. Like, there's seasoning, but there's also just, like, food safety. But yeah. There's a ton of stuff, and, like, that's fair. But, like, I want to be clear here. When you're in it, you do just kind of have to, like, survive. It's not fun, but, like, find a way to survive. There were so many people that I met in college, people I know today, where, like, when I met them, they were like, I don't know how the laundry machine in the dorm works. You have laundry at your apartment. Can you show me how it works? And I was like, yes, but, like, sure. And then one of my favorite, honestly, one of my favorite roommates that I had for the longest, the voluntary roommate that I had for the longest. I moved in with a friend from college, and he his internet handle is Magris, and so I'll talk about him like that. Magris is he has a PhD in nuclear engineering. The man is certifiably one of the fastest thinking people I have ever seen. But as I will note, I think fast. They did tests on me and everything. Like, I have an IQ of 154. I'm going to be honest with you, does not mean shit for how smart you are. I can make very bad choices very quickly. All that tells me is I can have really stupid ideas faster than other people. Don't ever let anyone tell you that a high IQ makes you smart. 'Cause it doesn't. And that man, bless his soul, was making himself essentially bachelor chow like dog food. It was like ground beef and cottage cheese and things, and he was throwing it in a crock pot and cooking it up, and it did have nutritional density, but, like, oh my god, was it disgusting to smell and eat. And, like, part of food, again, I'm a hedonist. I've been finding ways to make life worth living. Yeah, like, I'm sorry, but, like, a good and compassionate parent will understand that the world is kind of going tits up, and, like, we all have only our own communities and loved ones to work with, and we can only rely on each other. Like, it's so fucking vital to have patience for one another and all of this shit. But yeah, Magris made Bachelor Chow. He is a much better cook now. He is so much better of a cook now. Oh my god. I had to explain to this man that there's, like, you cook not just to, like, shovel nutrients into yourself. You cook so that it is pleasurable to consume. Okay? You make food and you make it so that it is enjoyable to eat. It's so important. Like, you clean the space for health and safety reasons, yes. But you organize the space so that it suits your personal preferences. You decorate so that a space feels like yours. Like, you don't date so that you can have a person. You date so that you can find someone you like who likes you. That's what you do. That's how that works. And everything past that is mostly semantics. But, like, everything past that is, like, other stuff that you can, like, do later on. You can figure all that shit out. But, like, learn how to maintain, like, use the technology you have. Cultivate your base skills. Yeah, like, it's just... Cooking should be an enjoyable experience. If you hate cooking, I understand, and I respect that. Many people hate cooking because they hate cleaning up afterward, and that's totally fair. I'm okay with cleaning up after. It's like, it's a good, I can usually run it on autopilot when I need to, and like, I can just say, okay, this is the time of the week, or this is the time of the day that I'm going to clean stuff up. Because I have enough energy to do it, like, this time during the week, or this time during the day. But, like, I developed those habits living alone, knowing that I didn't want to live in a space that was going to, like, kill me. Because my space should be a place that is pleasant to exist in. And I can make very habitable places pleasant to exist in. I had a hole-in-the-ground apartment that was just basically like an extended storage closet that someone had converted illegally into an apartment for like a year and a half. Oh, yeah, no, listen. Food is an art and a science, and both of those mean experimenting and being willing to, like, get things wrong. Like, you have to, with all things in life, you have to be willing to fuck up a bit. Like, human beings, we fuck up, we die, those are the two things that we reliably do. There's no sense permanently resenting people for doing either of those things when they are literally part of human nature. Death is the price of living, you gotta do it at some point. Like, you got your ticket punched when you were born, eventually you have to hand it back before you walk out. It's not how it works everywhere, but it's how it works for life. No one gets to live forever. That's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. It's allowed. It has to be. But fucking up is something everyone does. Fucking up is something that you should do. If you go your whole life without fucking up, you've lived a really shit life. You've barely lived at all. Oh yeah, no, listen, I've cooked up many a mistake and I'll still eat it. Like, if it's not destroyed, I'm eating it. If it tastes bad, if it tastes like half-assed, that's fine. This is my penance. This is the task. This is the learning experience. Sometimes the things you make aren't good. And that's okay. But yeah, you gotta make room in your existence for fucking up. You also have to make room in your life and your existence for other people fucking up. That's one I've learned a little more recently. I used to have a very hard time forgiving people for anything. I was like super fucking bad at it. Until I made peace with the fact of life that people fuck up and they die, and sometimes fucking up is why they die. But that dying is not itself fucking up. That's another one. People, even the like weird assholes who like kill themselves and leave a note that says it's your fault. Like those people usually have something to say, and they're trying to get their like last thing off, and I get that. Listen, when you are in a bitter, hopeless state where like that is a thing, like if that's a thing, I'm not going to begrudge those people, but I am going to tell them that they're probably wrong. It's gonna be honest. Oh no. But yeah, like, you can't blame people for dying. You can blame people for fucking up. That's allowed. Even like, you fucked up, and it's your fault that you did that. Like, it's your fault that you fucked up. Like, there were so many ways that you could have not fucked up. This is on you. You can be honest about that. That's okay. But like, like, I've cooked some bad food. I've cooked a lot of bad food. But yeah, like, it's really important to be patient with other people when they fuck up. You have to be willing to accept that other people are going to fuck up. it's like vitally important that you accept that other people are making mistakes, even when they're trying their best, or even if they're not trying their best. Like, fucking up is part of the it's part of the job. It's how you learn, it's how you grow. It is how your world outlook is improved. Oh, same. I fuck up all the time. Many days I fuck up. Multiple times before I even get my first coffee in. And sometimes my fuck up is that all of those things, in addition to the fact that I didn't get my first coffee in until like 4 p.m. Or that I continue drinking coffee until like, what time is it? Yeah, 6:26? Yeah, 6:38 p.m. Won't stop me, but, you know. But yeah, it's... You have to be able to make space for people that are fucking up, and they should, if they care about you, they should be willing to learn how to make space for you when you fuck up. Whatever their perception of your fucking up is, they should be willing to, like, not hate you for it. Like, Spouse Larkin has forgiven me for many fuck-ups I've made. And vice versa. Because, you know what? Making mistakes is just a part of life. It's important. Like, it's just the thing. You gotta be able to do it. If this person done goofs, like, I might razz them a little bit about it, but like, I'm not gonna hold it against them. And she knows that she has the absolute unequivocal right to do the same to me. But also, like, even in, like, just regular, like, friendships, that should be a thing that you should be able to fuck up. It's one of the reasons why I don't like the contemporary, like, the modern understanding of, like, cancel culture. Like, people fuck up. The world is fucked. Everyone has grown up in a fucked up world. People are going to fuck up as a result of how they've survived in that fucked up world. The habits they've built in that fucked up world. They're gonna do and say stupid, frankly offensive shit. That fucking up isn't what you should cancel them over. Okay? Absolutely not. Call them on it, sure. Be like, hey, that's not cool. You can be better than that. Do better. What the fuck? And if they're like, yeah, maybe I should do better, I will continue to attempt to do better. They're not going to get it right the first time either. Habits are hard to break. Holy fuck, habits are hard to break. God fucking damn it. I gave up. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about a thing that happened in a different Discord server, and that's Aethel server, and that was No Vice November. I didn't talk about the thing I did for No Vice November. I don't think it's worth talking about for that. But like, one of the main things that I did was I started, there's this thing in my brain where like I instinctively say something bitchy, and then later on I will like acknowledge that it was a bitchy thing. And I will write, like, there are spaces on the internet where I scream into the void all the petty, horrible shit that I have in my mind. And my No Vice November was to stop throwing that out into the void. It was just, I'm going to refuse. Anytime this shows up, I'm not going to do it. I am not going to throw whatever bullshit, ragey shit that I have in my head out into the world. I'm not going to give it the fucking time of day. I'm not even going to let it be a thing that I look at and go, haha. No, I'm going to be like, nah, that's stupid. Fuck it. I am throwing that sort of garbage mentality to the fucking curb. Whole month, that's what I'm doing. And it was important to do that. I'm glad that I did that. I'm glad that I chose to do that. I'm not going to let myself think that someone is like irredeemable or like worth less as a person as a result of like not even like I'm gonna fight that at like the very root of the instinct. I've already managed to keep that out of like my habits, but like, you know, it's better to like rewire yourself over time. I have succeeded so far, but like that's not a thing that I'm going to face daily. That's not a thing I'm going to look at daily. That's not a thing that's going to come up daily. But it's a matter of like working on that for like the whole month, which was good. It's also better than No Nut November, which is like literally just medically not amazing for you. Like, don't change your habits on other stuff. The consumption of legumes and pulses. Anyway, neither here nor there. But like, I don't know. To go back a bit, I appreciate y'all. I don't know any of you in person, but I know at least 2 of you through other phases of the internet. And I'm glad that you're here. And I'm glad that I get to hang out with you. It's been like 5.5 hours. Part of me wants to find someone to raid. Because my throat is, I don't know. A section of my throat does feel like I may or may not have deep-throated, like, a sandpaper dildo. And it's worth it, because I've loved every part of this conversation, and I'm glad that I've been able to share this with y'all. But, like, I kind of just want to shove another one of those lozenges in my mouth and not talk for the rest of the night. So let me see who we got over here. Yeah. I always have like 2 zones that I check, and the first is like my following page, and the other is also like anyone who's hopped in recently on other like self-promo pages. But also, if you have the points, you're welcome to suggest someone. Oh shit. Okay, I think I have someone. It'll be a Pokemon game, so I'm sure y'all will be fine. Oh, and Dark Souls 3. Ooh. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're in the UK. It's like fuck. It's like 3 in the morning or some shit for you. Go to bed. Yeah, you know what? I think. Hey, I wasn't that far off. Shit. I'm getting better at like doing that like mental slide rule. I've been watching this person play Dark Souls 3 actually a whole bunch. I kind of want to say hi. We're gonna raid many. Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna raid many. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna send you over there. That's fantastic. I've been watching her play Dark Souls 3, and I've been loving every fucking second of it. Yeah, this is gonna be great. I hope you all have a lovely day. I think I am gonna be back tomorrow. Even if my throat is destroyed, I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I'm probably not gonna talk. This is Gromraid. Just here. I'm gonna use a universal emote. Do we have a good one? We don't. Oh, I'll use a green heart. I don't need like 50 million versions of this, so here. Or how about Hobbraid? Yeah, Hobbraid. Here, if y'all want to use that, go for it. I don't really care. I always put down the banner of shit of the fucking Galorum, the Galorum Habimus, which is we have cocks. Don't worry about it. But yeah, let's get the fuck over there. They're playing Dark Souls 3 and they're doing DLC stuff. It's gonna be great. You're gonna love this. I love Dark Souls 3. You'll love it. This is a fun person. Let's go.